Good morning. My name is Nina Drakic. I'm acting president of Chamber of Economy of Montenegro. It's a great pleasure for me to open this panel, Financing Opportunities, main pillar for building successful startup ecosystem. Dear representatives of the innovative community, carriers of new ideas and new energy, I would like to greet you both personally and on behalf of the regional chambers which make up the Chamber Investment Forum. The Western Balkan Sixth Chamber Investment Forum represents a joint initiative of the Chambers of Commerce of Montenegro, Serbia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania, Kosovo, and Northern Macedonia, which in 2017 established a platform to articulate the voice of the Western Balkan business communities, facilitate mutual contacts, and promote the region as a single investment destination. The Western Balkan Digit Summit, like the Chamber Investment Forum, was established on the sidelines of the Berlin process with the mission of promoting the goals of the digital agenda for Europe and the digital agenda for the Western Balkans. The synergy of policymakers and the business community is the only formula which brings the improvement of the business environment, prosperity, and well-being to the whole society. Recognizing the importance of startups as carriers of innovative new fuel for the economy and the society, we are focusing more and more activities on capacity building for this community. The agenda in front of you is designed to satisfy as many aspects as possible. We have gathered 30 startups in the region to present your ideas, exchange experience, learn something new, expand the network of contacts, agree on possible cooperation through 2 panels and 2 workshops, then through socializing. The startup ecosystem consists of people, startups themselves, various organizations such as accelerators, financial institutions, universities, corporations, and relevant government institutions that interact as a system. The task of all social actors is to encourage an innovative ecosystem in which young people have the opportunity to engage in startups in order to be competitive in the world market. The Chambers of Commerce of the region, independently and through the Chamber Investment Forum, are dedicated to improving all components which make up a startup ecosystem because a sustainable startup ecosystem requires systematic support and cooperation with the economy. Representatives of the business community, especially from the ICT sector, impacted on the adaptation of very important legislative and incentive framework through incentives for systematic improvement and active participation in working groups. So today in Montenegro, we really have a set of incentives, laws, and instruments for this type of activity. The 2 most important novelties defined by the law on innovation activity adopted in August 2020 are the Innovation Fund of Montenegro and the Innovation Council, established of which is in progress. We expect a set of tax reliefs, infrastructural support through various accelerator programs, networking, exchange of experiences, and knowledge sharing to contribute to the growth of startup ecosystem. In order for Montenegro and the region to follow this global trend, the potential investors need to change their business habits, while young people should be more persistent because marketing a certain product requires a lot of work and effort, which doesn't always have a successful end. Promotion of startups to traditional successful businessmen and encouraging their cooperation represent activities that the chambers of the region implement in order to create a more favorable investment climate and essential needs of the startup ecosystem. The example of Serbia, which today is ranked among the top 5 startup destinations in the world, definitely inspires hope that the Balkan region, by exchanging and implementing examples of good practice, can be not only sustainable but highly developed startup region as well. I wish you very successful work, and please create a startup region. Thank you for attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience here in the room and online, in the next 2 hours, I will try to moderate this panel with very interesting people. And our aim today will be to discuss what are the most important things in building the successful startup ecosystem. So West Balkan region is, let's say, our region, and we have to really try to make one economic part and develop successful economy. And I think that startups, especially technology startups, are the key for the further development of our economy in the West Balkans. So as we try to be gentlemen, let's start with the ladies first. And we have two very interesting ladies on our panel. I will give a word now to Natalie. Natalie Delic is Executive Director in Telekom Serbia, and she will talk in front of the one big regional company, but as they recently established, Telekom Serbia established a private venture fund for the developing startup ecosystem. So we would like to hear from you how this venture capital fund from Telekom Serbia will aim to help successful development of the startup ecosystem. Natalie.
Is it okay? Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Miloš, and thanks to everyone here in the room and to the audience and to organizers. It is really my honor to be here today and to talk about the recent initiative from Telekom Serbia. I know that it is strange to hear that big corporation, especially governmentally owned corporation, start this kind of endeavor. And I would like first to explain how we got here. It's a lot about understanding what is needed in startup ecosystem. Because if we look at the landscape in our region, we can see that that many of the startups and many of the ideas cannot overcome that pre-seed phase and get to a situation to really validate their ideas in the real sector, and then to get prepared for some seeding rounds and to go further and to accelerate. And as we are a regional operator, we are aiming also to be global with many of our activities and our companies. We realize that there is a big potential in trying to explore new technologies in new innovative ways that can then at the same time support startup ecosystem, but also create potential new revenue streams for Telekom Serbia in the future. And there were some activities in the recent years. I think that it's important to mention really Podgorica, because here in Podgorica we have MTEL Digitalna Fabrika. It's accelerator hub, which is working close also with the government of Montenegro and getting some funds and really supporting some of the startups. There are some nice ideas that came from there. I hope that we will see and hear more about them in the future. So with that experience with working with startup community, management of Telekom Serbia realized that it will be even better to do something in a more structured and organized way. And that is how this Ventures Fund was created. Now just a few words about the fund itself. It is a corporate venture fund, but we are very open to other investors and to create syndicates in investment. So if anyone is interested, we can talk about that. It is 25 million fund for 5 years, so each year it will be 5 million. It is mostly, let's say that the investments, it depends on the ideas, but we are looking into new technologies and how the innovations with new technologies can be done, especially using blockchain, AR, VR, of course, artificial intelligence, when we're talking about technologies, IoT, a lot of IoT. If we're talking about industries where we want to invest, we are looking into retail, especially through e-commerce. We are looking through educational technology, so ed tech, HR. We are looking into agriculture, so ag tech, food tech also. So these are the areas that we think are very important for this region. Of course, green energy and everything around energy is also for us very, very interesting. And we are looking into ideas how we can really create both better society but also produce some ideas that can be scaled globally. So we are not talking only, we are a telecom company, but we are not talking about solutions that can be implemented specifically for telco industry. We are thinking bigger, we are thinking wider, and we are really open for ideas, but it has to be related to technology and digital technologies. So later we can talk more.
Thank you, Natalie. Now we will continue with another interesting lady, Vesna from Sevus, from Macedonia. And also, very interesting story. Sevus is one of the biggest IT and oldest IT companies in Macedonia. And you also open something like, maybe it's not a venture fund, but accelerator for the startup. So we hear from Natalie how one big corporation, government-owned, established this and why. And explain us why one private corporation did it and what is your plans?
Thank you, Milos. First of all, it's a really great pleasure to share the panel with these distinguished people and to meet them in person finally. So my name is Vesna. I'm presenting Sivus Group. Actually, I'm wearing multiple hats now. I'm part of the Sivus Group, one of the leading IT software development company in the region in the past 12 years. I'm managing IT training company in this past 7 years, and 2 years ago, we've established the first corporate accelerator in Skopje. It's called Sivus Accelerator, and I believe that insights from the accelerator program will be valuable for our audience today and online, of course. People often ask us actually why we enter into this world of innovation, investment, startups, etc. And when I'm thinking about this, actually I'm thinking about one quote of our CEO in his recent interview. He says that there is something in the spirit and chemistry of little predators, and we IT companies from Balkans are little predators, or I hope we will become, and we should pass that idea into the world of well-established global giants when we are fighting them. So this sounds really great. In reality, things are difficult, things are complex, of course, but I would definitely say that that spirit and our willingness to give back to community, to help like-minded company, to basically replicate our story was the main motive. Sivus Group is probably the most interesting success stories from the region. It was established 1999. So 20 years we are operating on the global market. It's now a multinational company working with within 16 offices in 9 countries with more than 1,000 employees on board. And recently we also became part of the Czech IT group, Arikoma Group. This is part of the KKCG group. And I believe that with this acquisition, basically we will enter global market even more aggressively and obviously strengthen our position in the US market because that's the main market for the company. Speaking about Sivus Accelerator, it's an interesting project of public and private partnership. So it was established by Fund for Innovation and Technology Development. That's the leading agency, governmental agency, aiming, of course, to establish and strengthen a startup ecosystem. They're funding most of the startups right now. Approximately 60% of all startups have been or are currently funded by Fund for Innovation. It is a World Bank grant, basically. So we've entered in this partnership and we established the first corporate accelerator. corporate, of course, because the Cibus Group is behind the accelerator, and our domain and tech experts are our, how to say, competitive advantages in that sense. So what we are looking for are usually tech-oriented companies in different tech verticals, so working with IoT, artificial intelligence, blockchain, also working with companies in gaming industry, for example, so different verticals, as I already said. We've been through 3 cycles of acceleration program, and we've hosted and mentored 26 startups now. We are now closing with the first, I hope, investment activity. And soon, I believe that we will announce something big.
So we are waiting to see what is bigger in your plans. For the successful startup development, it's very important innovation hubs from one side and organizations who are supporting this ecosystem. So we have here one representative of one good innovation hub, Arian from Albania Officina Innovation Hub. So Arian, if you can share with us what you are doing, and what is your main goals and objectives in the Innovation Hub?
Thank you, Milos, and it's great to be here. I love traveling within the Balkans, and Podgorica is one of the cities that you never have enough, specifically when we speak of a particular topic, which is financing for IT startups, is something that we do every day. To give you a little bit of feedback on what we do, we were set up in 2015. We're started as an incubator. We are now an incubator and accelerator. We work with startups from all industries. We're not focusing on a particular vertical, but of course, technology has to be the main driver. We work in the technology transfer office space, so we deal a little bit with academic projects that looking to commercialize. We are a digital innovation hub. Again, we work with EU-funded programs to develop technologies, to develop processes that for the SME sector, early stage prototyping, progress through technology readiness levels, etc. One of the main topics that, of course, which is also the main topic of this panel, is financing for IT startups. We very soon, or at least very early next year, will be looking to raise our own fund. It will be initially a very small fund, but we've been working towards building this momentum of having around 100 and 120 teams, either of startups or entrepreneurs going through our programs. We usually work with early stage of concept as well, and we have seen some progress through pre-seed and seed stages. And of course, one of the main, as I mentioned earlier, one of the main topics, what we do is we prepare startups to be ready to face investors, whether they're here or anywhere in Europe or the world. On this topic, I'm glad we're having this conversation today. I wish we had this 5 years ago, because I'm pretty sure that the Western Balkans have the technical capacity to build scale-ups and or unicorns. As we've seen from Serbia, there's some latest companies that have been scaled up into Europe or US. And it's, as we've said in many times, there is always this chicken and egg game where there's lots of investors targeting the Western Balkan market, but when they face founders, they always say that we cannot invest because the founders are not ready to be investable. And on the other side, we have a lot of founders, they say that there is no investments available in the Western Balkans. Now, of course, there is some truth in both sides. However, we tend to encourage startups from the Western Balkans to think of a scale-up from day one, to think how can they have this conversation at concept phase. How can they get a buy-in from a business angel, whether they're from Belgrade or whether from Skopje, it doesn't matter, they can be from Norway, to have this conversation, have them on board from the very early stage. It will be much easier to have, they don't have to invest, they don't have to take equity, but they need to be prepared to scale beyond our borders. And again, as we all know, Western Balkans is a very small economy, even if you take all 6 countries. So it's the reason why we do not have maturity and we're stuck somewhere between pre-seed and seed stages for most startups is because there is no possibility to scale. So having these early investments, having early investors within the companies or having these discussions will give startups from this region a window to scale, not just in Europe, but Southeast Asia, Africa, etc., where there is lots of needs for technologies or processes or products that are being developed in the Western Balkans today. So this is what we do. We're hoping that, or at least we're hopeful that we will see some very good cases coming from out of Western Balkans in the next 2 to 3 years. And of course, this will be a catalyst for others to follow and join within their success stories.
Thank you, Arjan. You open a very good topic for the next round of questions, so we will continue with this and to a little bit more elaborate this in our next round of questions. So, for the development of the successful startup ecosystem are very important to have some organizations who are working on systematic and structural support to this ecosystem, from the addressing governments in changing some policies, laws in order to make the business ecosystem more flexible, to the attracting the investors. So one very good example, and I think this example can be mirrored in another countries, not only in the West Balkans, is Digital Serbia initiative. And Digital Serbia initiative is a private organization, so non-government organization owned or established by members. And members are the most successful private companies in this field in Serbia, plus the biggest banks, plus the biggest telcos operators, plus all, for example, big 4 consulting companies. So the most visible leader of the Digital Serbia initiative is Branko Milutinović, owner of Nordeus, and it was his initiative for giving back to the society. And I have really pleasure to introduce to you here today Nebojša Bjelotomić. Nebojša was for many years in the great corporations like IBM, Fujitsu, and recently he joined Digital Serbia initiative as a CEO in order to, together with board members and members, move this organization to the next level of development. So, Nebojša, could you please explain to us what are the main let's say tasks, and what is the strategy of the Digital Serbia, and what are the main tasks you are doing on in the next, for example, 1 year time?
Well, thanks to organizers. I'm very pleased to be on the panel, and actually I like how panel is structured because we have an incubator, we have accelerator, we have a venture fund, and then we have, let's say, representatives of the capital, because that's how I perceive the most members of Digital Serbia as the company with a lot of capital and knowledge that can help ecosystem. And Miller said, interesting thing about me, in last 20 years I did a circle. My first job after the college was a startup where my best shirt was Fiorentina's jersey because it's purple. I had an issue with that because it's Mijatovic, it's Partizan, but it was the best shirt I had. And now I'm back to wearing sneakers at the panel, which is a great thing. So yes, I joined recently, only actually 15 days ago. But let's say that the company that I was leading was one of the first members of Digital Serbia that exists about 4 years. And the idea was kind of getting together to pack the punch in order to influence things that alone we cannot influence. Certainly government is one big thing, and with all this punch that, for example, we can pack, only now we are getting to this a law of innovation that our host was mentioning that Montenegro did a year ago, and it actually did a fairly good job. So now in Serbia we are getting around finishing the law regarding the innovation. And that's a thing that we need to do more together in order to push entire region, because if one country has a decent law of innovation, let's say that you cannot be too smart about innovation. So whatever is working in, let's say, Montenegro, most of it will work in Serbia. So that's one thing that brings to my mind this cooperation that we can immediately have. But another thing that I want to mention is that what we did this year, and I think it's probably most referenceable of our projects, is that we organized our members in a group of angels that pull their capital together and start looking into startups that we can finance at the seed level. Idea being that pre-seed is already available to either incubator, accelerator, or government programs through innovation funds. But that next step is sorely lacking. This ability to raise, I don't know, $250,000 without surrendering too much of equity, plus getting let's say the mentors that can help you build your company. Because the idea is not just to give 10 and walk away with 50. Idea is actually to get involved with the companies and help them grow their capacity. And this is what we do. This summer I had a pleasure actually personally being involved with two companies. One is Joberty, another one is Stopney. And in both cases, I and people in the group are acting as active investors. From, let's say, sheer experience of how you do year-to-day forecast and how you do financial reporting, to these stories about go-to-market models and product mix and everything else that maybe is not in the, let's say, toolkit of average founder. And another thing that we can do with this approach is that maybe we can help startups be mature at the start. I think that in the past, I'm following this 10 years, let's say, eagerly waiting to become big enough so that I can walk away from the corporate life, which I did. So the problem was, in my opinion, I'm an IT guy, too many IT people in a startup community. At this point, I'll try to say things that will draw you to react and to counter my statements. So too many people was in IT, not enough of domain knowledge experts. And what is a startup? Startup is, let's say, entity that finds inefficiency at some point of market and tries to exploit it to commercialize this efficiency through some solution. And yes, we are great engineers. Yes, we know a lot of technologies, but let's face it, we know a little about life and we know even less about industry. And in there, we need founders who have experience in more life engaging parts of industry, and then we need IT people to help them automate and digitalize the issues that they are seeing. And by being angel investors who are supporting this type of ideas, we are trying to drive the market in that direction. One thing that makes me very happy is that, 5 years ago we were talking about the number of startups. Do we have enough? And at this point, let's say we have a decent number. Not enough for the next issue that we are facing right now, and that is a deal flow. So if you want to have, 3, 4, 5 venture capitals, investor Balkans, guys, we need to create on the scale of 15 to 20 startups that they can give $250,000 to. And let's face it, at this point, do we have 20 startups in all these countries who can take $250,000? Maybe this year, but I guarantee you we don't have it for next year. So we are at the point where, let's say, we want to drive not only the number of startups, but the quality of startups, so that we can, by drawing this more senior capital, engage them in the long term in this area, because the point is not to have 1, 2, or 5 feel-good stories about exits and successful founders, but to make an industry out of this. And Radi and I were joking, once we get to go into big chamber, then it's success. It's not the startup is in a smaller room, but when we are on the main stage, and the rest of the industry want to hear about us, that's success. So this is something that is ahead of us, not only to grow, but to build the quality. And we are committed to, let's say, knowledge of the members, experience of the members, because most of the guys who are, let's say, members of Digital Serbia are either managers of a couple of decades of experience working in multinational companies, or founders who build from scratch something that now employs tens or even hundreds of people and is making a revenue of, in millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. So that is the knowledge plus their money that we want to put together with the startup ecosystem, and then we want to influence everything around it, meaning government tax benefits and other stuff that can be helpful, academia that, I mean, we were talking during the breakfast, what's the point of PhD unless you stay in academia or you make a startup? To put your PhD in a library of your university? I mean, that's not the idea. Respect to all the guys who stay at the university, but let's face it, how many PhD candidates will become the professors? That's even more brutal than the startup community. So with all the others, we should, get them to start looking for programmers that can digitalize and accelerate their ideas toward the market. And I can only fully support and leave it for this next round that we only can act as a proof of concept. All our markets together are good enough to prove that something works. We will not, let's say, there's expression, and we will not eat the bread out of Balkan markets. We need to start immediately thinking global. And I'm saying global, it's good enough to think about, Poland or Czech Republic, to think about Germany, or even further afield in Africa or the Middle East. But we immediately need to think about it. For example, being here in Montenegro, which is great, because I really didn't travel for last year, so I really like it that I get to come to Montenegro first after all the COVID stories. You have all this tourism happening here, right? It's one of the main industry. Only natural thing is that startups are, let's say, springing around that industry. The very similar story with Albania, so that we can have a cluster in Albania and Montenegro dealing with let's say, stories from tourism. And then, are you going to be happy with working with 5 hotels in this area? No, because there is 50 of them in Turkey having the same problem, because there are hotels in Morocco or Egypt having the similar problem. So this scaling up is something that should come in mind of startups at the very beginning, and we who are doing the pre-seed or seed fund should drive the founders to think in that way. Where you're going to be in 2 years, and who is going to pay for your great idea. The idea is not the issue. There are plenty of ideas out there. Finding someone who will pay for your idea is what makes a startup. And that's why we need to be all together from different facets, from government, from big corporations, from academia, to get together and think about this. And one thing that I would like to think, and I like this, first time I hear this about small predators, Europe is technical laggard. I mean, if you think about it, one of the biggest pains of Europe is that they don't have their Google, and they're trying very, very hard, but they're trying in their way, bureaucratic and very slow. And it's proven that startups they don't become by decree or by the law. They become successful because they move fast and break things. And if Balkan is good about something, it's about breaking things. So I think that we have a big chance of being the star of Europe that maybe countries such as Germany and France cannot create these startups that will move fast and they don't hunger that maybe we have. But the whole idea of us who are already growing significantly is actually to make sure that these guys who are moving fast want to stick around. So that's why all this infrastructure needs to be built, and this is why we need to work together, because making a startup in Delaware is cool as long as you're going to get the VC capital to pay for your offices in Tirana or Skopje. But this is something that we need to work together, and I'm really happy that we're not talking anymore about number of startups, but we're talking about quality of startups. We're not talking about that there is not enough money, but do we have a smart money? Because startups should look for smart money, not just for money. And these are all great things. Of course, we need to accelerate, because if we talk in 5 years again about next step, that would be wrong, because our next step should be in a year or two. But let's say, to be concrete with question you asked, what we want to do in a year or two. We want to increase the number of angels. We want to increase the number of seedings that we could do. We want to broaden the scope, because we are well aware that Serbia is not enough. If we engage 50 angels, that we can put their money at work. And we want to help startups be more diversified in a sense of age and experience of founders. And then again, we want to push entire society to think that startup is something immensely cool, because you don't need a tie to go to work.
Thank you, Nebojša. So our next panelist, if you ask me to present him in 2 words or in 1 word, except name, Rade Rakočević, entrepreneur and investor. So Rade is one amazing guy in our business community. So born in Montenegro, lives in Serbia, which is so typical, isn't it? And he was very young when he established his broker and financial advising company, and he was still very young when he sold this company, and started after that to invest money in different things. He will explain it deeper, but what I like to say, from IT to ice cream. And maybe this ice cream is the biggest most visible things, because Rade recently invested in the Morris ice cream, and especially this is one of the very nice posh brands in Serbia. So everybody knows for the Morris ice cream. So, but Rade did a lot of things also in IT, and he understands. Somehow now with Rade we are starting second part of our discussion, how to scale up startups and what are the. So Rade, you are as an investor, and maybe as an investor who has the most experienced for this scale of the startup. What is your view on the startup ecosystem, and what is your view on the scaling and investing in the startups? When you decide to go in, and what is the? So maybe too much questions, but
no. Thank you, Milos. I'm very glad to be here with fantastic panelists, and as Milos said, my parents are from Kolašin, so I really feel like Montenegro is my home country, and now I live more than 30 years in Belgrade, so actually I really enjoy the best of all I can get. And as Milos said, my background actually are financial markets and stock markets, and I start my own brokerage company in 2000. And a few months before the changes of government in Serbia, and then the whole privatization process accelerate. And we grow very fast, extremely fast, and in 7 years we have made turnover of over 1 billion euros. 1 billion euros in these 7 years, and we made companies in 4 countries, in Macedonia, in Bosnia and Montenegro, besides Belgrade. So actually, after many years, when I look back and all the startup industry started growing, I realized, okay, so I was startup also, but it wasn't called that name in that time. And I sold my company in 2007 to Belgian bank, ADC Bank, for many millions euros in transaction for my regional network. So actually, I was in that shoes that now everybody's trying to be, to start something which is, let's say, improve existing needs for the person, for the companies, for the society, and then try to scale it and try to, at the end, sell it somehow, or to go to the stock market, or to go to some investors. And I think that actually that after that I invested, as you said, in many industries, from startups to Belgrade Beer Fest. I was focused for IT companies. I really like services, which I always think can be improved easier, and if you offer something which is more suitable, more relevant, and if you have all information from other aspects of not only business. And now, as you said, Milo said that I think that we can see the startup community is changing a little bit. And first, I want to say, how do you call the people who run the startups? Are they startup men? No, they're still businessmen, really. And I think that we all in this at the early stage, we all forget that this is just a business. It's not like some extraterritorial company or institution that exists for themselves. So I must say that I don't like name startups as itself for that much. And it can actually cover the real thing. It's a company. It's a company. And it's a company that needs to feel some things. And it's not just idea. And as it was. And I said, I must say, sometimes I was really think that I don't want to talk with any startup at all. Because I was in a jury of Belgrade Venture Forum for 2 times. And I really just, almost most of the time I was just shaking my head with evaluations, with everything like, is it normal? And because I invest on stock market all the time. So I have bought shares of Facebook on the first minute of their IPO on the New York Stock Exchange. So when they open trading of Facebook, I send my market order buy immediately. So during my investment career on the stock markets, I keep investing, and then all the time there are new IPOs, new companies that just keep coming on the Nasdaq, and then, they all have fantastic products, and that makes me, let's say, very sharp to when I look to the possible investment in the startups. But now things are changing, and you say that, and I feel it. Now there are most of the people who are startup, they are not just coming with idea, they now come with they are asking for money to invest, they ask for advices, which is fantastic. I actually try to tell them like they must think about their company like there is no money. Nobody will give them money at all. I start my brokerage company, Sensor, with 5,000 German mark, which I borrow from my best man. So that was how I started. And it's a friends and family stage when everybody is. I said, okay, now in this phase, think how you will make money. How will you be profitable from the day one? You don't have money to pay the rent, you don't have any more cousins to call. So just, think, just be sweat. Don't sleep at night, thinking how you will survive. And I think that the situation when it's a big issue that startups can be spoiled. It's so easy to spoil them. Somebody of them have fantastic idea, they're fantastic young men, and they're thinking about the changing the world. Of course, I enjoy it. Now it's absolutely not sufficient. It's not enough. It's not enough. And I think that the idea to give a mentorship, like you said also, for the early stage, for the early beginning, somebody must be there to guide you, to help you, to be there. So my experience actually when I built a company from 2 employees, but also was my cousins, as it should be, and to 40 employees in 4 countries, to make we were the first company that actually has the charts, stock prices charts. We have it before the Belgrade Stock Exchange. It's impossible, but we will do it. And then to build it, and then to have all the issues with the competitions, with the markets who doesn't understand what you're talking about, and then it's really make me like very, very clear what I need to see in a startup. And now I don't want to see only in idea. I want to see the openness, readiness to learn. As I said, you need to be teachable. As my friend is Dan Miljovic, you probably know him, the basketball coach, famous player now. He's in Golden State Warriors. And we talk about it when he was negotiating with others. I said, rather, do you know what is most important for them there? There are like 2 things. First, to be positive. To be positive. And now when I talk with him about his situation in Golden State, he said, rather, everybody's positive. Everything can be fixed. It's no problem at all. Everything's smiling. Second, that you are teachable. That's the one important. So now, when you think about it, I think it's crucial things for startups. And I don't know how to talk more because I would use the next opportunity to talk about ideas about matching investors and startups and how is that crucial. But let's say that's...
Can I just add something that is quite important? So, you know, if you have investors that look at you with the stars in their eyes and they're very happy to talk to you, that's a wrong investor. Right now I'm involved with one of the startups that is at the track of growing 250% this year versus last year. And all I want from them is the Q3 numbers and the forecast of Q4. You know, because as Rade said, at the end, this is the business. You're in the business of making money. There's other things that you're going to achieve with your company, but you know, there's a saying that companies that that die are not the companies that do wrong business, are the companies that are out of cash. So, for example, cash flow is something that you need to learn like a third day that you believe that you have a company. And you need investors who drive you in the business sense, not just in the sense of, you know, all these startup stories about growth and perks and table tennis and, you know, bean bags or whatever that we see in the movies. At the end, you know, investors come and they invest in you and they help you grow. And that should be the key in your relationship with investors.
Yes, now it's better, yeah. When you talk about the positive things, or positive attitude, and I was more than 20 years manager in a multinational corporation, and I was hiring people. Now I'm in the executive search business, so I'm trying to find the best candidates for my clients, and believe me, the most important thing we are looking into candidates is attitude. So, skills, of course, they are important, but with the right attitude, you can develop your skills. With a positive attitude, you can, you know, with the attitude appropriate for the organization, you can fit to the organization easily. And without good attitude, that's the problem. So, thank you guys. Ariane opened the topic, and after that, through the discussions, we continue slowly to develop this, how to scale startups, and how to, this chicken and egg problem, you know, because I was active in connecting startups and investors, and, you know, big investors, venture capitalists, they don't see the startups. They are not appropriate for them. So, and owners of startups cannot attract them to invest serious money. And I remember it was some company who needed around 1 million investment, so I connected them with one venture capital fund from West Europe, and, you know, they told me, we are not investing below 10 million, you know. And that's it. And I recall the story. Owner of one of the biggest telecommunication companies in the region was telling me, let's say 15 years ago in London, we were sitting after the Wimbledon and drinking beer and smoking, and he told me, I asked him how you started. So, it's a good question. I simply realized that we don't have this kind of services, what I would like to propose, and I asked one regional bank to give me 1 million German marks to start the business, and they told me, that's not interesting for us. So he approached the venture capitalist, and they told him, below $5 million, we are not investing. And he is a tough guy, fighter, you know, and he told, you're now kidding with me, you know. You are not interesting, for you it's so much, so small money. And I was sitting, me together with few advisors, 10 days and nights, working on the business plan. And he got the 5 million from this venture capitalist, and now it's history. Now it's company couple of billion euros worth, and it's expanding. So how to bridge this gap? And in the global world, especially, this is now, since Friedman wrote this book, The World is Flat, you know, everything is really accessible and everything is achievable. So you can build a startup in West Balkan and make it global. But, you know, somehow it was always easiest for some startup from Valley or from Israel or from Finland. And Vesna, as a really good example of excellent company from the one small country and small region, how you did it, and what was your path, and what was the key for your success?
Well, there is definitely no secret sauce that I can now share with you in terms of a recipe, but there are a few things that were, I believe, crucial, critical, and I actually reflect to I really liked Rada's point on how do we perceive startup and how do we perceive business. So for many people now listening about all these inspirational stories from Silicon Valley, it is a glamorous life for startup founders who are, of course, two genius guys, usually, never girls. So we are overwhelmed with these stories that the things are simply happening. But it takes really hard work and discipline, and this is the first thing, if you ask me, what's like the first thing we are looking when we are assessing some startup. That's definitely their attitude, and that's definitely their willingness to learn and to change, to adjust, or they should be teachable or they should be coachable. We can name it differently. So if you ask me, and this is the main message basically, what's the most important thing for a startup to success, and then this I'm of course reflecting also on our story, how we basically did it, is that capacity of a team. I'm purposely saying team, I'm not saying a company, because usually everything starts with idea that team has for changing world or for offering a solution. So for me and for us, the capacity to survive the transformation from being a team of two awesome techie girls or techie guys to survive that transformation to the moment you acquire your first paying customer, that's where the magic happens. And there is no secret. It's a lot of work and a lot of discipline, first of all, to create your own rules as a team or as a company. I mean, yes, it's great to feel good and to feel, relaxed in all these nowadays characteristics of IT world. But behind that, it's a lot of hard work, it's a lot of discipline. And one thing we are actually not good enough at is how we appreciate, or do we take time and timing seriously. Timing is extremely important. So instead of waiting for the first investor with sparkling eyes, we should go to the market and try to sell something actually. And that was the secret. We have done it even before we were aware that we have fit to market solution. So simply go and sell. And this go-to-market strategy is one of the key elements for the success of the startup. And two other things I would also add to previous point is financial literacy. So whether they know what does it mean to have and to manage relations with investors. Many startups are looking for money, but they either don't know for how much money they're looking for, so the attitude is like, okay, give me something. So that's not the correct answer. So whenever we hear like, give us something in order to start, we know that they don't know where they're going. So financial investment readiness and investment openness. Some of them know that they need money, know how much money they need, but whenever you approach them and say, come on, let's go and discuss term sheet, they're like, come on, oh, no, I'm not ready for this. I should consult, I should call my lawyer and whatever. So if you're a startup hungry to go to the global market, you should be prepared at every moment to sell the product. So no short answer to this.
And what about funding? Do you have any problem with the funding?
Currently, as accelerator, we have our own fund of nearly 1 million.
But in the
euros.
beginning, in the C was
there
development.
There was no funding. That was simply organic growth.
Organic growth.
The old-fashioned way sales. Business was done. Yes, it's called sales.
It's called sales.
It's called sales.
Natalie, you wanted to...
Well, actually, I think that this is all foundation, what we were talking about mentorship, about financial literacy, about understanding that this is a business, and thinking about how to scale it. But I think that what was lacking, at least this is how, what I've realized during the last couple of years when I talked and worked a little bit with some of the startups, was how to connect this with the real sector, because we have hubs now. We have a lot of hubs, accelerating innovation hubs in the region. We have some of organizations that are starting working a little bit more on connecting different players, like, for instance, Initiative Digital Serbia is doing. But there is not enough awareness in the real sector and in corporations that all these ideas need to be tested and validated somewhere. And I think that this is the next step that we all need to work together on, how to connect more real sector with innovation and accelerator hubs. This is what is lacking in an ecosystem, because there are some companies that understand it and then they are maybe part of these hubs, and some companies are part of some bigger initiatives, but altogether I can count 100 companies and there are tens of thousands of companies that exist there. So how to increase this ecosystem and to find the right partner, to find this matching of good ideas and startups or businesses, let's say startup businesses, maybe the best to call it like that, and to find a place where they can validate their idea that will be maybe their first paying customer, but maybe even someone who will support them just to test the idea, to show that it makes sense, and then how to expand it further. Too many ideas are too local, in my opinion also. Some of the companies are calling themselves startups, but actually it's a local idea for local problem. And that is one of the things which also needs to be overcome. What is a startup? How we define what a startup is? What kind of business has a potential for scaling? But when we identify this, when we provide proper mentorship, we need to bring the industry and to create a system for validation of ideas. And not only in one country, but I think that these initiatives in the region is great, because immediately it's a scaling across the border. After that, if we manage to prove some ideas in the region, I think that we have much better a chance for attracting big investors. And also looking from perspective of the fund that we are starting now, we are immediately now trying to connect with some of the bigger players, global players, bigger funds, so that we can have them on board, or at least prepared when this idea comes up, that we can include them and to have them looking at what we are doing all the time, and not to be surprised at a certain point in time that we now need to find bigger investors and then we cannot find them. For the example that you were mentioning. So we are somehow now trying to create this system, and we are starting that with this corporate venture fund, but I believe that there are going to be many more of these kind of funds in the next years. I think that maybe Nebojša can talk a little bit about some initiatives that we have in Serbia government to create fund of funds, which I think is the next big idea that can help to overcome overcome this gap. But the real sector is really needed in this ecosystem. We are lacking it quite a lot. We are lacking it in startup ecosystem. So this is one of the topics that we can work on together.
Can I ask a question to the audience? How many of you are familiar with the term addressable market? Show of hands. So this is the most critical first question you get from any investor. What's your addressable market? How big is the market that you are aiming for? And if your market is in 7 digits, they don't talk to you. And that's the first thing that you need to think when you think about your startup. How many people would buy what I just taught?
That was my next topic, how to scale the companies and to have in order to have a bigger market. So we are 2 small markets in the region, and in order to have not only product with a lot of customers, in order to have a product which is proven in the work, you need much more installations, much more. What in your hub do you addressing this, and how you are thinking about scaling up the startups from Albania to the wider market? So this is I think the most interesting next step for the startups.
Yes, thank you, Miloš. I mean, I can tell you that we still see in the Western Balkans too much of that local mindset. In Tirana, 95% of startups, if you ask them when are you planning to scale next, 95% of them will speak about either Pristina or Skopje. And there's, of course, some logic to that because it's Albanian-speaking customers along the border. But if you ask them what is the next step, then they simply do not know. So I would start answering your question by looking at our own culture of building startups at the beginning. I mean, it's very similar stories in all the 6 countries. Of course, Serbia is a little bit further ahead in terms of ecosystem development and ability to scale companies for various reasons. However, what we have started doing, and the pandemic has helped, to be honest with this, is to make startup founders think from day one the world is their, or the global market is their market. So if it's addressable market, if it's something that they need to think from the beginning, is how to scale not just Western Balkans, but how to scale in Europe, and or where they see the product being sold at large in a country. We use different, let's say, activities to do this, and we have different stakeholders. EBRD is one, has a number of programs that can help companies scale, specifically in North Africa, and maybe in some of the Middle Eastern countries. We have very good connections to Kiev ecosystem. It's a huge market for Balkan startups, very similar culture. So, you know, we tend to think of education or educating founders from day one, how to build this and how to have this concept of scaling up from day one. And of course, as Rade mentioned, they need to have someone like Rade from day one advising them, because he mentioned something, or my takeaway from what he said is he invests in Facebook the day that IPO was there. So Rade doesn't care, and I'm pretty sure he will confirm this, where is the startup coming from? You know, where is it based? Whether is it based in Belgrade, Podgorica, Tirana, whatever. He cares about the multiple rates of return on his investment. So if the mindset is here, it's from the beginning, where there is a product development map matched with a capital development map, and this is what we ask startups. I'm pretty sure the fund that Telecom Serbia is building will invest in them. Also, I'd like to say that there is flow of capital also for very early stages in the Western Balkans. The problem is, again, matching the right, having the smart money with the right founders, but also having founders prepared to get this money. You know, the investors are not, or as we call them, business angels in different terms, are not charity. You know, they invest the return to have return in their portfolio because their investment cycle is short, 5 to 7 years at maximum. So they need to be responsible for the money they invest and what startups they invest in. So all of these are topics which we tend to you know, push to startups from very early stage to break the culture of thinking local. And when I say local, you know, I'm pretty sure it's the same if you ask a startup from Skopje, where do you scale up next? They will say Belgrade. If you come to Podgorica, they will say Sarajevo or Belgrade. So, I mean, it's only natural. But again, if you show a plan or a scale-up plan to an investor that says, you know, in 2 years' time, I'll open one office in Belgrade and another office in Tirana, they will immediately calculate how much return they will have in their investment. So you are not interested from that stage onwards. If you tell them that, look, you know, Nigeria is a 150 million euro market, and I'm pretty sure if I've looked at this market that there is a space for me to go and scale there, that's something very interesting for business angels and VC funds. And this conversation, you know, Switzerland had this conversation 10 years ago, and of course it's not USA or it's not UK, but they are the most innovative economy today, as we saw from 2021 ranking. And it's very simple. A lot of startups scale to Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Bangladesh, etc. They do not care about Swiss market because it's saturated. There's plenty of startups and plenty of solutions already there. So the VC funds, also from their perspective, have been educated that their returns will be better off, or they will have a lot more returns if they scale a company, Swiss company, to Southeast Asia. So this is, from our perspective, is crucial. It's changed the culture of scaling up from day one.
Yeah. So. Just to add one remark, we have to look into the examples of the Baltic countries because they are not thinking anymore about to expand from Latvia to Estonia or from Estonians to expand to Finland. They are thinking globally, they are thinking big, and they have very big success in the startups. So Rade, you would like to add something? Okay, Nebisha, go ahead and I will continue after.
Yeah, just one thing. Uh, th- there is a phase where we should bear our profitability of startups, but there should be an extremely good reason for it. So startup is called startup among, because let's say metric of for startup and let's say general company is a bit different, but there needs to be a very good story behind it. Why is that? Are you developing the new product or you entering the new market? So we will bear financing the minus, but as long as we see the light at the end of the tunnel. And the story about globalization, sometimes even the word scares me, or unicorn story. I'm fine with having no unicorns from our countries as long as we have a lot of successful companies. I mean, a bit of unicorn is like overblown story and a, you know, maybe overbearing story. But like just an example, I work with a company, invest in a company that says, oh, we have cousins in Vienna, so we're going to go to German-speaking countries, and we have a friend from school who moved back to Mexico, so we're going to go open Mexico, and he has friends in Colombia. And I invested in guys because they did that. They're now players at, you know, German Dux region, and they are in LATAM through Mexico and Colombia. And these are 24-year-old kids. They're now talking about Korea through some, who knows, like some acquaintance of theirs. Because you make companies with cousins or people you know. And it's not that you need to think globally, I'm going to expand in 10 countries at once. Go to one first, and then go to third and fourth and fifth. But just think outside of box and go out there where you can actually, you know, go. And then there will be people who will finance this as long as it's a good story. Because it's not that we give money to people and say, here is 200K. No, I want to know where every euro goes. That money doesn't go for your fun. I mean, the most fun you're going to have if you're going to go to the next conference to find the next, you know, investor so I can exit. That's the most fun you're going to have. Everything else is an Excel where you're going to show me the discipline, what you're going to do with the money I give you, and that needs to, you know, brings the growth. Because, you know, it's fun game, but it's a serious game. You know, like I like this, you know, Golden State. Look, they have the second biggest star who has a second injury in a row, and the third biggest star is getting old. And still they're being positive, and they're, you know, recruiting, and they're planning to go for the championships. But it's fun because they are doing what they like. So you're doing what you like, but it's not just fun. It's a lot of discipline and a lot of thinking ahead and gaining all the knowledge that you didn't know. Recently, I listened to the mechanical engineer who explained what he learned in the last 4 years. None of it had to do with mechanical or less engineering. It was all about sales, finance, and whatever. And he's the founder that is being now entering the second phase of financing.
Thank you. Before I continue with the questions to Rade about the funding, just a lot of you mentioned Nigeria is a potential market, and it is. It's 200 million of population, strong oil industry, and they're very strong in the startup scene. So I was so one anecdote from this. I was sitting in one nice Istanbul hotel and a couple of days, and I was seeing a couple of Nigerian guys. You know, they take my attention because it was the gold headphones, gold iPhones, gold Macs, and they were all day on the computer. So we started conversation in the gym, and I asked them what do you do. We are IT startups, so super. And I asked them how you are asking how you are getting funding. So usually we are taking funding. You know, we don't need to ask for this. You know, so as long as they catch us, you know. So this is they have a lot of these screamers, you know, who are doing. So it's a funny with Nigerian market, but so we are not advising you to do this, you know. Just a small joke. Rade, I completely agree with what you mentioned, and all of you, that all our companies have to try to really make the business in the area they are operating and to make the good business. But you know, a lot of companies some of them cannot organically grow. A lot of them needs funding, but maybe not this funding from the big VCs, couple of million, they need 100, 200, 300, or maximum 1 million funding. And I think that this is the weakest point in our region due to many reasons. How somebody can invest 100K or three of us to invest each 100K in one company? Because the startuppers or businessmen have to go around and ask, try to find those kind of people. And we have another problem, legal regulations, how to protect yourself when you're investing in something. So can you please open this and tell us what is your opinion about this? So after that we will continue with, but I think this is, if you agree, if you don't agree, just raise your hand, that this is maybe the hottest topic for the startups, how to find investors for the sum, let's say, below 1 million investments.
That's the name of our panel. So I want just to address one thing before, because I spoke with Natalie, and I like that she is on that position in telecom, because obviously your energy and the knowledge is at such a high level, and I think that we will see in the future more startups which will be built in the companies itself. So, like you are saying, so the companies with huge experience in decades of doing some real business, let's say, real business, and now they are actually, if they have good people who are there, good managers, people who see the issues and now have enough knowledge or have enough consultants who can help them to say, okay, you have these problems, but you can solve it in this way, that we will see a lot of spin-offs which will be actually made from the huge big companies, from the telecom, from the I don't know, confectionery, from like Metalax we are mentioning. Maybe they will figure out some different ways, and I just hope that those spin-offs will be actually also on the market. Not to be held in a company itself, so like this is our child and we will now build them and it will raise our value. It should be left on the market to live their own life and then try to feel. But when I was, I have PhD, just to mention. And
you use it wisely.
Yeah, my team was actually the influence of foreign investors on Serbian capital markets. Because that was a period when I was a stockbroker, and we have a lot of investors from the United States, from Scandinavia, and it was interesting to see actually what was the real influence of them in the numerical, in the numbers of the crash that happened in Serbia in 2008, because they help us grow very strong, rapidly. Not only Serbia, whole region was going up, and then when the big crisis happened in the US, Belgrade Stock Exchange lost 90% of their value. 90%. We were in the top 10 stock markets in the world. There are like 3 or 4 from the Balkan countries who fell that high. And what was the issue? We have such a small number of local investors, and that was that was a crucial reason. Now, let's say 13 years after, then I spoke with the people, how many, my colleagues, how many people from Serbia invest on the foreign stock exchanges, like who are trading, which now everything legal. They say there may be around, less than 5,000 people. So probably among you, how many of you invest in stock markets? Probably not that much. And that's the question actually, that we need to build a community, people who will be investors, as you said, not only on these startups, but also to open yourself for the new investment possibilities. In the cases which happen now in time that there is no interest rate on the deposits, if you buy real estate, that's a problem. Now people get pain what to do with their money, what to do, where to invest, how I protect myself from inflation. Do I buy another real estate or a first real estate to rent it, and what's happened, whom I will rent, how to do, where to go. And now I think this opens a huge potential for the first stock markets itself, locals or global, but also for the startup community, because now the people are actually looking to do diversification of their own portfolio, to protect themselves for the falls of the market and the crash from the inflation fear. And we have this now, globally it's so huge, this FOMO, fear of missing out. Now it starts coming here, and the crisis of Corona actually helped me to doing what I'm doing now, because there are so many news about what's happened with the stocks of Tesla or others, and now people are asking where to invest, and now I start giving lectures, like webinars of how to invest. And actually, my first now intention is to teach people how to invest on the stock markets, because I think it's a question of civilization, a moment. You know, it's normal that all of you are active on the stock market. It's your people the same age in other countries invest on the stock market is something that will change culture of the region. And that's why I think it's very important to open even the startup markets or to global market to everybody, to make it easy to invest, to make it, because that will change the mindset of all of us. If you have now invest your 10,000 euros in 5,000 in a few stocks on the stock market and another 5,000 in some of the startups that Vesna or they have, that will make you thinking about it. Okay, how can I do? How can I help? Then you will talk in the kafana, with your friends, not about politics. You talk, what is your stock doing now? Oh, you think about that cannabis stocks. Maybe we should go there or whatever. So that I think it's crucial to open it. And now we need matching platform, we need crowdfunding platform, we need to open the options to invest in the startups for as many people as possible. I have a Facebook page, it's called Portfolio Investicije Serbia. I made it just as a joke. And it has now 1,200 members. It's just an invitation only. And then we're talking about investing. And a lot of people just looking, but they will hear about investing on cryptocurrency, they will hear now new startups project, they will hear about the stock markets, and that will change people. So now I think it's for us, as I said, to open, to give a chance to the startups to grow. We need this middle-sized investment or small-sized investment, which can be actually made from all of us here. We can keep money now to invest in it. Just we need to have the platform that will give chance to everybody to present startups, to present their team, to present to investors option to easy invest. And as I said, I think from the legal point of view, it can be done easily. Of course, there are some rules that need to be settled about the protection of small shareholders and the rights, but I think that's the crucial thing actually, to build a community of investors who will have approach to the huge base of the startups from Balkan. And then I was a shareholder in a Belgrade Beer Fest. And when I decided to sell it, I don't know to whom to sell, just to my partners. There were 5 other partners. So I was looking, what do you want to buy? Cool. If I had chance to put, it's not a startup, but if I had chance to put on some platform that I want to sell 10% of Belgrade Beer Fest, I would probably get like 5 basketball or soccer player who will buy it, just for fun, and I will get more money. I think it's crucial to have markets that actually all can meet startups and potential investor. I think about retail investors, not about funds. I want to give just one thing as I start my speech now. It's actually, I don't want to see the same situation as it was in Belgrade Stock Exchange in 2000s, when we have a lot of foreign investors who are investing, who are taking the best of our Serbian companies who made a huge profit. Let's try to actually have our people invest. It will change our region more than anything else. If we don't talk about politics, we talk about business, about money, about connection, then we will help each other a lot.
Definitely. So and I'm looking forward, you can establish something like this. So portfolio investicije is very, very nice and useful. I'm following this. So let's consider it as just small seed in the growing this ecosystem. So Nebojša.
All the actors in the ecosystem need to think ahead. So if we are propagating that after you exhaust what is called 3Fs, friends, family, and fools, investing in you, and then you go to the next stage, these guys who are investing, they need to be able to, liquid, for the investment to be liquid, meaning they should be able to get rid of your shares without, having to talk to like you or the rest of the partners. So we need to start thinking ahead, and it's proper time, and that's why I like that people with business experience are getting more into this area, and that's definitely the next step. But right now, I think that, like, I had a chance to talk to Minister of for ICT in Ghana, and a lady told me that they had a very exciting thing happen in their market. By the way, their market is the biggest after South African and Egyptian. They had a startup that collected 20 million, and because they deal a lot with this digital money, Mapenza, where you send money to the phone, all the money that was invested was through the digital money. And what was exciting to her is that average investment was on the scale of $2,000, which means that about, she said something on the scale of 60,000 people invested up to 2,000 euros into this startup. This was IPO, okay? So this is what we are talking about, getting the small investments out there and getting liquidity for them, because this company going IPO, probably in 2 days you can sell the stocks of this company. But we help somebody invest what is probably money they didn't spend going to Seaside that year. And this is the idea, and this is probably the next phase. At this phase, we probably need to engage what is called high net individuals, meaning somebody who can spend, I don't know, 30,000 a year in angel investment. And then the next step is giving even lower, meaning increasing the base of investors, and these investments being even smaller than angel investment. We need platforms for that. But what we're trying to say is that even us who are now telling you what to do, we're thinking what's coming next and trying to make this infrastructure. So things are going to happen, but we need to work together and to think about all the stuff that we mentioned in the previous hour.
So, would you like to add?
Different perspective from corporations, because this is for all of us to get on board on creating platforms where we can all be more investors. But from corporations, it's important to educate a little bit also them and to open them up to startups. I think that is important. And my personal experience with this was in the previous company, not now, where we found a way how to support someone with mentorship and everything, a startup, to really help them grow and overcome this first phase and create a stable business, because they were the ones thinking about business all the time. I cannot mention now, I don't want now to mention all the names. We can talk later if anyone is interested in that. And I think that this was one of the most successful cases about corporate and startup partnerships that I heard about, and why I am so enthusiastic about what Telekom Serbia is doing now, because I think that this is where initial money to survive for these companies exists. Because big corporations, bigger companies, not always too big, but we have a lot of them. If you're talking about Serbia, we have probably 5,000 of them. Let's say 5,000 of big ones. Let's think that if only 5% of them decides to support one startup in this phase, when they really need funding to survive, to do something, we can actually have what, how much from 25 or even more, 250 startups that we can actually work on. From 25 to 100 startups very easily, if we change something in the way how corporations are run. So we're talking a lot about finance, about educating startups, small companies, new businesses, but we have to think a little bit also about how to educate existing managers in companies and how to attract them to this different kind of thinking. Not to always think about, oh, we used to do business in this way with these companies. Let's try to think about how can we bring new value to our companies by connecting our business with some startups, with new idea to disrupt a little bit what we are doing, and then to in that way overcome the phase of this acceleration and pre-seed, so that they can get to the point to get attraction from bigger vendors, bigger venture capital funds. And we also see during all around the world this kind of example. And Schneider Electric had some kind of examples recently where they are creating startups through their corporation, and this is one of the ways, complementing all the ways that we're mentioning here, that we can use in this region also. So just to think about, this is more a call to action to all the big companies there in this region to try to get on board and to do a little bit more, because they can.
Thank you, Natalie. Ariane or Vesna? So,
Please, Vesna.
sorry.
I was actually inspired. I believe that we neglected a little bit the homework. Everybody, starting from the governmental agencies to corporates and business angel investors, we all have to do something, and it's very important to basically to provide enabling environment for startups. Okay, there are some universal challenges for every startup, but on the other hand, I believe that you've mentioned it's not important whether are you Israeli startup or Macedonian, but I believe it is actually. It's very important what kind of environment you're growing your business. So environment could be encouraging, supportive, ignorant, or sometimes even harmful. And I believe here in Western Balkans, we share some common issues in that sense when it comes to legal framework, when it comes to incentives for both for investors and for startups. And on this topic, actually, I have a good news to share from Macedonia, and that is the recently issued document called Proposed Measure to Accelerate Growth of the Ecosystem, where actually for the very first time our National Startup Council, we have this kind of body representing interest of startups, is proposing a list of measures that should affect finally the environment, starting from introducing a law on digital nomads, for example, something which is now very trendy, I would say, but Estonia, for example, has proven that digital nomads and issuing digital startup visa, for example, does affect the economy in that sense. So we're working on this. Also, there are some amendments on the existing laws, domestic laws, of course. For example, establishing simplified limited liability company. So many would say, okay, it's very easy to register a company nowadays. Yes, it's true, it's easy, but try to liquidate a company in a few days. And this is, again, one of the interventions. So this document is proposing shortened procedure to liquidate company, for example, that has a gross income up to 2 million dinars, which is 32,000 euros. So for these companies, it will be easier. So we have to make possible for the companies and for the investors and to educate investors how they can actually proceed. Or convertible loan, for example. We did not have this investment tool until now. So convertible loan is a very well-known instrument for business angels. And there are many more initiatives. Or international paying services. PayPal and Stripe don't want to discuss with Macedonia only. They want probably the region, because we're a small market and they would not allocate resources to negotiate and to enable their services for us. So the message would be we should embrace this integrative approach. Let's say we should work on these small issues. Either it is changing the laws, amending the laws, and facilitating the process of investment. And of course, business angels are very important. And many people do have money, but they would rather buy some real estate property and waiting for the rent than investing, let's say, in some really vibrant, good startup companies. Speaking about, again, Israel and maybe the States, they're, of course, the best example. The culture of investing there is very present from very early age. I had the opportunity to be at one university, and the students from 15 to 18 years, they were building applications that will help you make decision on your next investment. And for me, that was really, really impressive. And this speaks how much homework we still have to do.
Thank you, and Ariane.
Thank you. Well, going back to your questions of where can startups from the region find an investment of 50,000 up to 200,000, which is the early stage, the most difficult stage, the validation stage where people struggle, and we tend to have different names for them. We stopped calling them friends, family, and fools, to be honest, because investors, even at that early stage, we don't think it's appropriate to call them fools. We tend to call them great friends. And the reason why we do this is because in the investments landscape is changed, even in the Western Balkans. If you look 5 years ago, we didn't have any VC funds aiming for the Western Balkans market. We had very few business angels. We have very, very few family and friends who could be trusted to loan money to a startup based in, for example, in Tirana or other cities in Western Balkans. So the message is there is opportunities through innovation funds on the public sector that you could potentially get, or a mixture, you get a small grant to start your business. There is very, very early business stage business angels and very early stage VC funds also operating in the region, but they may be based anywhere in Europe, who are targeting small investments rounds, such as 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. There are some based in Romania, some based in Switzerland, etc. I go back to the original problem, where if the startup is thinking of being attractive for this kind of investment, and I'm separating here the grant money, they need to make sure that this is evident from day one when they meet the investors. But also, they need to make sure that they have the right conversation with the right investor, because we usually have a mismatch. We have a VC fund looking at 2 million plus investments, speaking to a startup that's in pre-seed stage looking for a 100,000 euro investment. So again, these platforms, as previous panelists spoke of, are very important, that we kind of validate on the Western Balkans level where their startup is and who they should be aiming for, or what kind of VC fund they should be speaking to. Although, it's very interesting to speak to a VC fund anyhow, because at the very least you will learn that they're not interested, and the feedback will be valuable to that particular startup. But again, the match is very important. We need to have, I think it was in the agenda that the Western Balkan Business Angel Network would have been founded by now. I'm sure that's in the pipeline within the Western Balkan Digital Summit. But this is very, very important. Speak to the right investors, do the homework, who is looking for investment and what kind, and whether they have a good match, whether, there is very, such as Rade mentioned, there are investors who are looking for a particular vertical, particular subsector. So it could be IT, it could be AgTech, it could be EdTech. And if you do your homework, you'll find a lot of investors looking for one specific industry and one specific type of startups to finance. And again, once you have done the homework, then of course it's a matter of time. Investment doesn't come easy. It takes, I don't know, it can take up to 6 months, maybe a year to get the initial investments in, but it will become easier after that to be attractive to investors or VC funds that are looking for scale and for more mature startups.
Thank you, Ariane. I think that we had a very, at least you have to judge it, but at least for me, that was a very interesting panel, a very interesting discussion. I learned a lot from our panelists. I hope you as well. So I would like now to open the Q&A session. So feel free to ask any kind of question, and we will try to answer if it is possible now. So, please, go ahead.
So my question is, you mentioned many programs, many opportunities for startups. So at which stage you support startups or you accept startups? So as I see, there are three phases. The first phase is ideation up to MVP, and after that is the second phase, or first paying customers, and the third phase is scaling up. So that's the part where you need the most money, like big money. So at which stage do you support startups? Like ideation up to MVP, first paying customers, or scaling up?
Yes, somebody who belongs to Angel Group, at this point, I think that we go for first two for sure, and then depending on the amount of money that we're talking about for the third one, we can either try to get the syndicate going, meaning that to attract other angels or other VC, but we didn't do it, but I do believe it's doable. But for first two, for sure, considering what amount of money we're talking about, that's been done. So first and second for sure, third, we need to work together, but it's possible.
But I think in the Western Balkans, even here in Montenegro, but any country, you can find space or support for all stages. So if you're early stage startup, you need to look at early stage incubators, accelerators. Then if you're, if you have that market validation, then you can go to a much more developed accelerator. I don't know, you can mention Started in Serbia or ICT Hub. So it's a case of where and use the accelerators to build connections, of course, to further investors and extend your network. But I think in the Western Balkans, we're not suffering from the supply side, so which is the accelerator, the incubators, and even legal challenges. I think if you're a good startup, you can find your way around legal regulatory issues. Look, do your homework, and then see that there is opportunities also from public sector to support you, but also from a corporate side. It depends where you want to, and some of these acceleration and incubation programs can and will be useful only to meet new people and meet investors and meet like-minded, perhaps co-founders, etc. So I strongly encourage people to move around, look around in the Balkans, because there's a lot of support going. And of course, as Albanians, we're a little bit, the language is a little bit of a problem, but however, the other four countries have this, let's say, plus side where you can go to Belgrade and then not have to learn a language to be part of an acceleration program. So it's a positive environment, and it's a lot more positive than it was 5 years ago.
Maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I would say that the funding was the biggest problem. Now the biggest problem is deal flow, and we have to be aware of one crucial thing that happened is that UiPath, which was originally a Romanian company, had a huge exit at the level of 3.5 billion, and that attracted attention of funds, but also the funds that were investing in UiPath are now looking in this area for more. And we are now talking about these 6 countries, but if you look in Bulgaria or Croatia, you will find even more VCs that are looking for investment. So right now, I wouldn't say the funding is an issue. It's more of a deal flow, which means that demand is on your side if you are somebody who is a founder.
I'm open for all stages. I just like to see how, actually, to be convinced that it is the right project for me, and even I would like to see more the first customer, the first proof of the sales, to see that, then I feel more comfortable, because not only to get let's say confirmation that the idea is good, but to see how the management, how the team is actually understand what is the crucial in managing the business. That's why I suggest to everybody. I have one case, fantastic startup, doing the testing, the markets in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Turkey, in Italy, everything was ready, and I bring them clients like DM and L'Oreal to test the projects, and they say, no, we are not still ready, just wait, come on, and then I give up. It was huge, but that's it.
Maybe just to mention, our fund will mostly deal with scaling, let's say, but first round, so it's not like, it will not be big money. So let's say that we will talk about seed, but we are open to ideas, ideation. This, what Rade said, is also what we are looking for. We will support, and we will try to support also validation through our network, through telecom, through our companies around the region, and through our partners to try to support some ideas and to ensure that validation can be done before we are really investing. So this is one thing which might be a little bit different with us, and one of the ideas why we think that we can really bring value to this ecosystem. But on the other side, we are a lot counting on the accelerators and innovation hubs on doing this first ideation phase. It's not like we will invest so much in this phase. We really want a little bit ideas that are already developed and already a little bit structured so that we can then try to really support faster way forward.
I will make a joke. So we all know about Google and Brin and Page of founders, right? Stanford graduates. Look, what we are trying to tell you is that we are not looking for Page and Brin. We are looking for Sheryl Sandberg. That's the lady that came to Google and made AdWords and made commercialization out of Google. So they had a very fancy, very smart, search engine, but this lady came and made money out of this. So what all of us are trying to tell you, it's not Page and Brin, it's a Sheryl Sandberg that we are looking, and currently she's the CEO of Facebook. So, that's what you're looking for.
Next question, please. Okay, we are with almost 10 minutes left. We have a time for one or two more questions. Use this opportunity to ask. Of course, you will have opportunity during the lunch, during the afternoon talk, and during the dinner to ask all of us in person, that's of course. But, when you ask question in front of all others, so it's not that only you learning, you are sharing knowledge with all others. So feel free. We have a time for at least one question. Don't be shy.
There is one.
Thank you.
I'm Ivan Stankovic from Thinking Group company. We have a spin-off startup, Athena Search, and we already have a clients and revenue. And my question is, when you try to get funding, if you have a revenue, you have basically overview of your situation, how much your startup is worth, and how much money, what is the assessment of your startup, but there is a potential of your product. How can you assess that? So it's pretty clear situation if you have exact numbers, how much your revenue, income, and you can assess the value of your company, but how can you assess the potential of your product? Even if you believe it's huge, it's maybe not that big, or it's maybe bigger than you expect. Thank you.
So it's a $1,000,000 question. If I do exact answer, like I'll probably not sit with you, but be somewhere on my big yacht with the chopper. But there are several approaches, and one that, for example, I like is that the cost of acquisition of the customer, meaning your product that you have, how much you have to pay for each customer to attract, because that gives me information with the money that we are about to invest, what the runaway you're going to have with it, meaning how long you can stay alive. Also gives me a traction of how much we are going to build the numbers before we go to the next stage, meaning that together, if we go together, we are going to be ready for the next guys with more serious numbers, not just promise, but really a traction that shows you know, one thing that everybody likes these days is this recurring revenue, so that you're not selling one time, but you're actually getting some subscription for your customers. So what kind of model of paying you're using, acquisition cost of the customer, addressable market is the key, meaning how many people would like to buy your product. So these are the measures that you need to look. And then there is of course different mix of all these measures that works. But certainly addressable market, cost of acquisition per customer, and let's say the traction you're going to get with investment, meaning how long you're going to stay in the game before you've proven that your product is not so good as you think, is something that kind of gives idea of valuation, and then of course negotiation regarding the percentage of the company you are willing to give away for investment. That's how it works. That's how it worked, let's say, for me, and I can call them my friends because still at the level of friends in the past year where we invested.
If I can give one advice, it would be actually, even I say that scalability shouldn't be the focus, the only focus, that if you have the product that can be geographically scalable to go to the other markets, just try to open as much as possible markets that actually can be suitable for let's say, your business. Even if you don't make the business in these countries big or anything, it helps for the future investor. But if we saw that you have present in many markets, you say, okay, these guys have already done the tough job, like open the markets, and that's how I sold my company in Macedonia, which was working for just a few days actually, but I sold it immediately because my investor doesn't want to bother with the opening. So if you do that, open geographic, open offices, open your product that can be bought in their countries, that can help to raise the valuation besides. But
Sure.
Okay, Vesna. Yeah.
I would just only try to add, I agree completely on the method of valuation. It is always the tough work to do. As a tech company, we have a specific angle, so we are not only valuing or seeing the monetization, let's say, of the process, but also attractiveness of the technology. So if the product is based on technology that is interesting for us, and we have technical and domain expertise, then we will go for that.
Yeah. That's what Milos was talking about. That, or no, Arjan was saying that you have the different venture funds that are looking for certain technologies. So, for example, if they already are investing in the company that, for example, are doing artificial intelligence, and you have something that they can incorporate in other companies that they're working with, that gives you specific value for them, meaning that they can raise overall the value of their portfolio. So that's why it's really important. So not every VC is the same. They have the specific interest, from technology to the markets to areas where they invest. So you need to find a perfect match for the industry that you believe that you can have the biggest value collaterally, not just vertically.
Okay, we are about to finish our today's session. Thank you very much. Thank you first for attending in this challenging time, this event. Thank you for coming on this session in the big number. And thank you to our speakers for really your kindness to share your knowledge with other people, because the business practice, the best business practice and knowledge sharing is the most important for the further development. And we should not be selfish, we should really help to each others, because the only strong business community is helping to everybody to grow. So I hope that at least you learn something. If not, at least you now know the people, and you can approach so you widen your network, you can approach us directly, and I hope that we will continue to be one community here in the region. And thank you to the organizers, to the local Chamber of Commerce, to our host, the Montenegrin Chamber of Commerce, and to the help of EU funds to have it done. So see you next time. I don't know where it will be, but see you next time on this event. Thank you very much.
So once more, thank you for joining the second panel today that we are organizing as the Western Balkan 6th Chamber Investment Forum jointly with the 6 National Chambers of Commerce. During this panel, our intention is to present what chambers of commerce are working in terms of digital transformation.
This event in particular, I find it very well informing, and I think that I would really much would like that participants.
Okay, so can we start? Yes? Okay, thank you. So the second panel today is dedicated to showing the services that Western Balkan 6th Chamber Investment Forum and separate chambers in the region have developed to support companies in the Western Balkans, to support digital transformation of companies and to digitalize their services. We also have our partners here, CEFTA and European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, that will also present what they are doing in these terms and what is the support that they are giving to companies. So today we have a bit different scope of work comparing to the first panel, so we will have the presentations of our participants. So I would first invite our online participant, Tatiana Šterjeva-Duškovska. She is the Secretary General of the Western Balkan 6th Chamber Investment Forum, and she will present what Western Balkans CIF can offer you in the coming months. Tanya, please.
Thank you, Maria. Hello to everyone. I'm really sorry not being present there today, but I hope that online tools will help me share with you what I wanted to present regarding the tools and the activities that the Western Balkans 6th Chamber Investment Forum is working on regarding supporting regional economic integration. We, as a regional organization, are fully and entirely committed to enhancing regional cooperation, bearing in mind that there are many benefits that companies from the whole region can get in having one integrated market instead of having 6 dispersed markets where different rules of a game apply in each of those markets. That is why, as regional organization, we are truly committed to securing the free movement of people, goods, services, and capital throughout the region. And this is extremely important for all companies regarding of the sector, and US companies working in the IT sector best or better than anybody else know that the openness of any limits to movement brings many opportunities for scaling up, increasing the innovativeness capacities, and contributing to the digital transformation of the whole region, thus enabling to catch up with European peers and be more competitive on the global markets. I would kindly ask the organizers to play the first video where shortly the activities of the Western Balkan 6th Chamber Investment Forum are presented, if that is feasible. The other video, please. Yes, as regional organization, while the organizers are trying to find the appropriate video, especially in the last year, we are fully involved in the activities of the implementation of the Common Regional Market Action Plan, which is the cornerstone document relating or regulating all issues, all activities regarding enhancing regional cooperation. And the estimations show that if full regional integration is in fact achieved, it can bring up to 6.7% additional growth in the region. One of the activities, which is a novelty as compared to the previous documents regulating regional economic cooperation in the region, is in fact the issue of establishing a regional industrial area, an innovation area, which covers several aspects related to helping or easing the interconnection of the companies from the region. Organizers, do we have the video? That is the short introduction on what we're doing regarding regional economic integration and supporting cooperation. And I would like to use the opportunity to present in more details two of the digital platforms that are under development and will be fully completed by the end of the year, which are prepared by the Western Balkan Sixth Chamber Investment Forum with the support of the European Union. And these are the market access platform, whose main part is the suppliers database and the market intelligence platform. So the market access platform, most basically speaking, is a platform which provides interlinking, networking for the companies from the whole region with potential partners, not only from the region, not only from Europe, but also on the global market, and enables the companies from the whole region to find potential partners. This market access platform has 4 modules, including the mentioned supply chain module. And apart from that, we have the event management module, the B2B module, and supply and demand module, which are in the phases of development. I invite you all to check out all the benefits or all the possibilities this market access platform has to offer on the link market-access.wb6cif.eu, which is also accessible on our website. And what is the purpose or what is the idea behind this platform? Registration of a profile for a company is open for companies from all sectors, which can create their own profile on this database. During the year, that is by the end of the year, the Western Balkan Sixth Chamber Investment Forum is performing the activity of mapping of potential suppliers in the region, existing or potential companies that are part or willing and have partial capacities to be part of regional and global supply chains. And as a start, we have selected 4 crucial sectors which, according to all regional stakeholders, have been spotted as the ones bearing the biggest potentials for transformative effects for the economies of the six Western Balkans countries. These sectors include the automotive industry, the agro-food industry, the light manufacturing industry, and finally, all companies that are working, including in their operations segments of circular economy, as our input to the implementation of the green agenda and the recyclability of operations of companies throughout the region. So what does this supply chain module in fact include? Apart from the basic contact information of the company, the database contains a more detailed set of informations regarding their capacities. On one hand, the financial capacities of the company, but on the other hand, what is more important is the production capacities, the concrete product they are offering, the production capacities they possess, or the technologies they are implementing, and all the certificates they possess. This mapping exercise is in fact only the first step towards the development of the regional supplier development program, which is one of the set pillars in the mentioned action plan for establishment of the common regional market, which aims to support companies from the region, increase their capacities in order to get better involved in the regional and global supply chains. So in that line, the further or the following activity, which will follow and be implemented by the Western Balkan Six Chamber Investment Forum after we complete the mapping exercise, is the activity of offering technical assistance or direct assistance to selected companies that are part of this database in order to improve their capacities for digital transformation and capacities for access to finance. And additionally for that, from that, we will be working with these companies, offering them opportunities to participate in networking events, such as the event happening these days during the Western Balkans Chamber, the Western Balkans Digital Summit. And apart from that, the tailor-made trainings for the companies. So where is the interlinking of these activities? Many of the IT solutions that all of you companies that are participating in this 3-day event program or side event to the Digital Summit have the potential of reaching all the companies that are part of the regional supplier database, because the essence of the activity for providing technical assistance for all the companies that are part of the supplier database is in fact to increase their digital capacities and offer them assistance in using or implementing, start using some ERP programs or any other aspect that in bottom line will improve their capacities to better represent themselves and be more competitive in the regional and global markets. The other database that I mentioned, and that is also under preparation, is the market intelligence database, which is developed with a simple goal to help companies better position themselves on the markets by providing them all possible information that is might be necessary or important for their positioning on regional or even global markets in one place in a very practical and visualized form. This database covers or will cover, because it is still in the final stages of preparation, more than 1,000 indicators that are grouped in several domains, including macroeconomic indicators, in every aspect that is related to doing business, science and research and development, and foreign trade. I would again ask the organizers if they can play now the second video where a short preview is presented of the two databases, if that is possible. Thank you. With this, I would wrap up my presentation and invite you all to check out the part of the market access database that is already online, that is the supply chain module. And I invite you to continue following the activities of the Chamber Investment Forum on all social media, and we are happy to continue cooperations for bringing better region for the whole region and improving economies in the whole region. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Tanya. So we are going to our next speaker, that is Mrs. Jelena Cirkovic from the EBRD, Principal Counselor. She will present today the regional business register that they have developed and also present what are the activities that EBRD is doing to support investment opportunities in the Western Balkans. Please.
Thank you, Maria. Before presenting the platform that Maria mentioned called BFIDEX, I would like kindly to ask organizer to play the video. Thank you.
BFIDEX është një portal unik i regjistrave rajonal të biznesit, i cili aktualisht bashkon 5 regjistra tregtar që administrohen nga institucione shtetërore, nga Shqipëria, Bosnia-Hercegovina, Republika Srpska, Malizi, Maqedonia e Veriut dhe Serbia. Kjo platformë mund të përdoret nga kompanitë e interesuara për të investuar ose për zgjeruar biznesin e tyre në rajon, investitorët e mundshëm që kërkojnë një partner, ose analist financiar, ose banka.
Trenutno kompanije konsultuju nacionalne registre i to naravno traje duže, ali bilo bi idealno da na jednom mestu obuhvatimo registar, zajednički registar svih kompanija u regionu. Na jednom mestu ću kao kompanija moći da proverim neku firmu iz regiona, da vidim njen bonitet, da vidim kakvi su njeni finansijski podaci, da vidim kako posluje, da vidim da li mogu da se oslonim na tu kompaniju, kako izvozi, šta radi, kome prodaje. Dakle, sve one podatke koje možemo da vidimo u nacionalnim registrima, s tim što sada će mi za to trebati naravno mnogo kraće vreme.
So to give short introduction on this activity and project we just have the opportunity to see in a nutshell. When the idea started, I believe that the idea started much before the 2 business registries from the region approached to EBRD, business register from Serbia and business register from North Macedonia, with the idea to establish regional platform where all data on registered companies in the region will be presented and available to end users. The EBRD decided to support implementation or bringing to life this idea, and a pilot project has been implemented in a 2 years period with the pilot BFIDEX platform with data from North Macedonia and Serbia being available, limited data though, in March 2019. Since second half of 2019, together with the support of UK Good Governance Fund, we continued to expand the BFIDEX across the Western Balkans region. I'm happy to announce now that BFIDEX is expected to be fully operational during November or early December this year, with data on registered businesses in 5 jurisdictions in the region: Serbia, North Macedonia, Albania, Montenegro, and Republic of Srpska of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It will offer free of charge searches, some of these already available online, and 11 commercial, more or less complex services. All this will be, of course, well promoted, and therefore interested end users will be informed on time. Probably good to mention that this BFIDEX is the ownership of the region, meaning all business registers that signed the agreement to establish the BFIDEX are the owners of this platform. The idea behind it is to support economic integration of the region. This is why BRD stepped in and provided support together with our donor, which is in a way a similar direction of the work of the Western Balkan 6 chambers. And this is why we see Mr. Čadež in this video representing business community, and also this is the reason why BFIDEX has signed a memorandum of understanding with Western Balkan 6 Chamber Investment Forum. What it offers. The video shortly presents the BFIDEX itself and benefits it brings to end users and business community, but not all, of course, could fit into these 2 or 2.5 minutes, how long the video lasts. In a nutshell, it offers all statutory and financial information, meaning full insights into operation of any business, including the owners and officials. It has data of approximately 1.6 million companies and 2.2 million persons that are cooperating in these businesses, in these companies. In total, out of this 1.6 million, more than 1/2 of businesses are active. In more details, to go into additional details, end users can obtain full insight on the legal status of companies, their connected entities, and eventual sanctions. Company solvency status through days of blockage of their bank accounts, of course, where this service is available at National Ledger Register. Any eventual legal sanctions to the owners and company officials, again, were available in local registers. Complete insight of ownership structure, real-time tracking changes, meaning whatever change is being registered in national register, it will be automatically notified the end user who has subscribed to certain amount of services or certain service within the BFIDEX register. Full of the financial balances and all key performance indicators, of course, like in national registers, but as Mr. Čadež said, all in one place. Then there is a complete comparison of financial performance of different companies from the region, different types of searches for companies, matching specific industries according to KPIs or other financial parameters such as profit, revenues, various ratios, indicators, etc. The benefits we see, and hopefully the business community will also see, are as follows. It is basically the only regional platform that offers integrated, real-time, reliable, and accurate information with the unique methodology. This is why this comparison among each country is available. All data is multilingual and multi-currency to fit this comparable analytics in any country and across the region, of course. And we trust it is both user-friendly but as well competitive, as it offers free of charge searches, limited number of free of charge transactions, and finally annual subscription which amount approximately less than €1 per service in some of the offered packages. Thus, we can say that there is something for everyone. Investors and venture capitals can explore the investment opportunities in specific industries across the region according to company profitability. Startups and market researchers can access their competition across the region. Businesses can find partners in track performance across their supply chains in other countries in the region. Banks and financial sectors, of course, can analyze risk across different industries and streamline other various indicators they are interested in, such as know your customer, anti-money laundering procedures, etc. So I believe this would be more details of presented video, and as I mentioned, it will be fully developed and launched live during November. It will be promoted well, so the business to ensure the business community and interested end users to have information when all services are finally completed and available online. Apart from this, let's say, digital tool relevant for the region per se, I would use the opportunity to briefly mention what EBRD has of relevant initiatives in the area of digitalization that are valuable for businesses. As a small background or general information, the bank's ultimate goal is to support businesses. Therefore, all our policy initiatives have in focus businesses. We can work with governments to improve investment climate, business environment and governance, or directly with businesses to enhance their performance. Our latest, which is current strategy for the 5 forthcoming years, has digitalization as a main pillar and economic governance as a cross-cutting priority of banks' interventions, with Western Balkan region being a focus region. In Western Balkans, so far, we have developed and are developing a number of initiatives in digitalizing services of relevance for businesses and enhancing governance, and we expect to see more of this in coming period, having in mind this strategic orientation of the bank. These initiatives can be, let's say, grouped in several areas. One area is combating informalities. We support business inspections to enhance their cooperation across the region, including digitalization as a way of improving efficiency of inspections. We developed various online platforms, BFIDEX being one of them. Then there is a platform for construction permits, SME single access point of information on policies, tax obligation, financing schemes, etc. There is also digital assessments aimed to understand the assessment of the digital maturity of SMEs in certain areas of the region, as well as country digital maturity assessment. We also do the digitalization of administrative procedures, such as digital green licensing, public procurement, and so on. There are also tailored digital initiatives within our projects, like in Montenegro, where we support Secretariat to Competitiveness Council, who has developed and launched a register of levies to have all levies and charges businesses are exposed to in Montenegro in one place and fully online and digital. In addition to all this, probably relevant to mention, having in mind the auditorium here and today's topic, is important bank activities aimed to directly support SMEs, called advisory small business. But though this activity is much wider and has different streams within it, I would like to highlight one of the streams. It is called the Star Venture Regional Program, with customized support for startups, accelerators, local consultants, and ecosystem capacity building. This is a 3-year program which was launched in 2019, and in total 24 startups are currently in the program, and we expect to have more than 100 within this 3-year program. Having relevance of the program and so far success of it, we expect to continue with activities beyond this 3-year period. The program provides globally sourced expertise to help high potential startups growth through technical expertise, mentorships, local advice, etc. The portfolio currently forms a group of region's best fintech, infotech, edutech, medtech, and other startup businesses of fast-growing potential. So I believe for this specific purpose and having in mind the panel and the topic, that would be all from my side. I invite you to go to EBRD website, to contact EBRD if you're interested to hear more about what has been presented, and of course to go to www.bfidex.com and see our regional portal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jelena. I'm sure that the companies will find their interest in using the platform, and of course in knowing more about the consulting services that you offer, because I know that at least in some of the economies, companies were really interested in this part of your activities. So having all this in mind, even this program that we organize today is dedicated to establishment of the common regional market. That is one of the main goals of our association. And we have full support in this matter from CEFTA, who is the organization that is working hard on establishment of the supportive environment in this field. So today we have with us Mr. Zdravko Ilić, who is the senior expert in trade and services. And he will present us or give us more information about how he sees common regional market, what, how, and when for the IT industry. Zdravko, please.
Thank you very much, Maria. So normally when we talk about common regional market, we start always with explaining the relevance to the market. And when I was actually preparing for this event, I found it more than usually difficult to do that, because I was expecting the discussion in the first panel about the world markets, about the countries and markets like the ones that were mentioned here, like Nigeria, US, Latin America, and then I have to fit in this mindset and narrative the idea of regional market, and I should impress you with the numbers like 20 million consumers, like 120 billion economy, and perhaps around 1.3 billion euros of digital economy. To my horror, of course, all these fears I had came true, because that was actually what was going on in the panel. But on the other side, I was very happy to hear that the startup community is not only the community of unicorns, or the ones who want to rule the world, but also of companies, flesh and blood, down to earth, which grow and grow in a rather what I see as natural way, organic way, incrementally, and where sentences like the growing happens naturally into the language environment amongst the people and markets which we know, which we can communicate with. And this is basically the main point that we always want to make, that what we are trying to do is to build environment which is for companies important, because it will allow them to grow where they should naturally go, but which they might not do that because they face barriers of regulatory nature. So this is why my talk will not be about the services we basically deliver to the companies directly, but to the work we do in order to create this enabling environment at the regional setting. So to enable companies to think about these markets at their own market, so that they can grow enough, and then from the region perhaps go and rule Europe or the world. So in this context, I prepared a couple of points that we are doing that you might want to know. And when I say that you might want to know about, actually I mean that you should be the ultimate beneficiary of these activities. They should actually provide for certain facilitation measures or the certain opportunities that you need to take on. And on the other side, there are a lot of activities that we are just starting on. Regional market, as mentioned today, is a new thing. It is based on the action plan 2021-24, so we have just started. working on this, and some activities are only in the early stage, I wanted to say in the seed phase, and some of them are actually mature and ready to go. So in this context, please open your ears for both of these, because for the ones where the mature activities, you might want to look for the benefits they offer, but for the less mature activities, you might want to get involved, because we are shaping these activities, we are mainstreaming them so that we create effective benefits. If we miss that, so the benefits will basically mean nothing to you at the end. So the first and foremost, what I found most relevant for you guys is the electronic commerce. So once we extended CEFTA agreement, which is the agreement that provides foundation for the regional trade area and regional market, from goods to services, we started dealing with the digital trade. Digital trade covers not only the trade that happens only in digital world, but also covers the trade that is, let's say, instigated, that's initiated in digital world. So all these e-commerce websites that sell both physical and digital products. And one of the first things, for example, that was done there was that it was promised that the governments will not levy, will not put customs on the digital products, which is, if you follow the discussion around the world, which is something that is a live idea. So the government say, if we are putting customs on books, why we are not putting customs on e-books? And similarly. So that's the let's say the first step that we have already passed, where we have this additional protocol 6, which provides which is an agreement on trade and services. There is an article on digital trade, and this article says, yes, but we will have a dialogue which will produce more activities. So we then created so-called the CEFTA roadmap for electronic commerce, and we said, okay, what will these more activities entail? So there we focus on two things. What do we want to do with this? First thing is that we want to cut the cost that companies have for functioning in multiple regulatory environments. This means, just to give you just a simple example, I have an online shop and it sells, for example, in a number of markets in the region. So me as a company, what I need to do, I need to invest in finding out, for example, what are the consumer protection rights in these multiple markets, because I will have to actually answer to them. I'm obliged to answer, to follow these rules. So how do we cut these regulatory costs? There are two ways. One, you harmonize, and two, you put, you agree that the company, that is enough for company to follow its own local rules, and then other markets will recognize that. So what we did in CEFTA, we basically started the negotiations between our members, between CEFTA parties, based on what is done in the EU. So we said, okay, we will not reinvent the wheel. Let's go to the EU and see how it's done there. And there you have a mix of what they call the country of origin principle, or what we call the regional market principle, and harmonization of the rules. And we started negotiations on this, and this year, a couple of weeks ago, well, actually a couple of months ago now already, we completed these negotiations, and we will have a number of rules which will be the same throughout all CEFTA parties, and we will have a list of rules where the promise is made that the company has to follow on its local rules, and other markets will acknowledge that. And this is also very important for example, if you do e-commerce in businesses where you need licenses, for example, so that you are sure that your market, your regulators will never come to you and say, well, we asked for license for this activity. If you want to do it online, we don't care. You need to you need to get our license, which of course brings costs up and creates a mess in your business model. So regulatory cost. Another cost that we also observed in dialogue with businesses is the cost of transaction. So when you have transaction, between markets, this transaction entails certain costs, payment cost. If there is a physical good parcel delivery cost, so a package needs to go from one to another. And the third, and this package cost, delivery cost, is not only generated by the whoever brings this package around the markets, but also the customs activity as well. So we started building this. So we started prioritizing these activities and say, okay, let's see what we can do in order to cut down the cost, these transaction costs, to make it comparable to what is the transaction cost you have on your internal market. And for this, again, I mean, no reinventing the wheel, we go to the EU, what do you have there? And some of them, we see that some of these solutions we can copy-paste, but some of them we cannot. And there, for example, it's very important that the businesses are engaged to tell us what exactly at customs we need to address in order to make some real difference. We have some idea, for example, to make a register of companies which are trustworthy customs partners, and then to have like a fast-track procedures for their packages at the border. But that's just an idea. So it might be, as I said, I mean, if you know what is a big problem out there, don't be shy and come back to us and let us know, because we will soon start, for example, especially in customs, with the support of GIZ, our partner, screening the field and trying to identify exactly what we need to do. And that's exactly an area where we don't have EU experience to copy-paste on, because EU is a single market within it, they don't have customs within. So another thing that we are going to start as well is so-called geo-blocking. This will directly influence the practices that all online businesses have, because all these practices which make a difference between the customers in the region might be unjustified. And then if they might be unjustified, there's a big chance that you will be asked to remove them. You will be asked, like you have now in the EU, where, for example, for digital products, you can't have price discrimination in different markets. So that's something that we are looking into, and we asked also our partners to talk to businesses and to tell us what is the justification of some practices that we see going on. So that's it. This will be something with a direct effect that we will expect soon. So that's just briefly the electronic commerce. I don't have a video here, but I have one uploaded on the platform, I'm afraid, far more amateur to what I saw here. So, but it's classified as inspirational. So I invite you to take a look at it and tell me if you're inspired by it. My hopes go that you're at least informed of what is going on. So aside of electronic commerce, what we have more in our pipeline is what we call the movement of people, of physical people. This can be very important for companies which operate in multiple markets and need to send people to get some things done. Either they have like offices around in different markets, and then, for example, I go from Tirana to Pristina, I open an office there, and I need to send my guy, my main engineer, to be there and spend 1 year to, for example, teach the people that we employed from the local market. And for this, the guy might need a work permit and residence permit. And in this context, this might be a procedure which is lengthy and expensive. And what we want to do, we want to remove this, the work permit procedure, we want to remove it. We want to have to free this movement of people. So it's not only what we call the intra-company transfers, if you have multiple offices in different markets. It's also about people who are going to the field and doing the job, so supplying the service. Sometimes these people, if they're engineers, might need a license. In some markets, we have electrical engineers, for example, which are licensed profession. In this case, we have the problem of how do we get this license, how do we recognize, for example, the qualifications this license is based on that we have and that we obtained in our own in our local markets. So this is something that we also try to address and to create a system, a general system of recognition of professional qualifications, which will facilitate, speed up these kind of bureaucratic procedures. So, and finally, yes, I never thought I would be mentioning this example here, but I was inspired by the previous panel, which talked about payments. I think the lady from North Macedonia, she mentioned the PayPal problem in the region, and I also heard that there was some ideas of this gathering, clustering, capital market services, which might be interesting and instrument to build the startup community in the region. So there, for example, what we are trying to do is to open the market, to create one single market for these financial institutions, such as payment institutions and capital markets institutions, exactly for this reason, to attract not only investments and companies from outside, but also from inside, in order to build up these instruments which eventually will help the development of electronic commerce as well, like if you have PayPal alike or PayPal payment instrument that can help. So this is in general the overview of what we do. I try to kind of just give you the basic structure, the basic ideas. But yes, if you have any questions, either later in the Q&A or in the hallway, I'm open for that. Thank you.
Well, he's not open in the hallway. It should be here so that everybody can hear it, but okay. So thank you, Zdravko. We go to our next speaker. Actually, that is Mr. Vjekoslav Vukovic, Vice President of the Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I know that for some time you have been working on the platform, digital platform of your chamber. So please take the floor and let us know what you are doing.
Thank you, Maria. I do hope so we can hear each other. So, ladies and gentlemen, respectable companies, my dear colleagues here. Every time when you are somewhere on some conference, you heard a lot of good ideas, a lot of good presentations. So I'm really delighted to see what my previous colleagues already mentioned here, EBRD, access to market. Every of the chamber here in the region trying to develop something like digitalize the chamber, digitalize the access to market, register of the companies to make the business much easier. How to find a company, how to find business person, how to find a producer or product, concrete product. Previous panelists inspired me to ask myself how to find a new startup company, how to recognize their skills. It's something that have to be on some platform, on some database. Someone have to pronounce them, someone have to make a marketing of them or themselves, or they own by themselves. So after visiting a lot of companies in Bosnia and Herzegovina, traveling around Bosnia and Herzegovina, Foreign Trade Chamber of BH have got 32,000 members. And in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we're covering more or less 20,000 foreign representative companies established in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Which means we work with the 50,000 different entities, different business entities in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is a whole huge database even for us. How to make that business much easier, how to find a producer, how to find a product, and how to provide much easier business to retailers, to traders, how to find the product that they would like to find. This is Digital Chamber. This is the place when we try to find some kind of the solution to offering to everybody of us, even to National Chamber in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to our companies. So what that actually in a practice means, this is a unique ecosystem of all the producers in one place. How to make a business with them, how to find their product. If you would like to find some product, you have to Googling hours, days, and hours and days, and so on and so on. Which means that that product, if it's in database, is much more visible to all of us, to each company that will find them. Much easier for retailers especially. What covers Digital Chamber? Actually, Digital Chamber covering those issues, as you can see here. Producer database in Bosnia and Herzegovina, how to make export, how to make business information with the EU and other third countries. All possible business information, macroeconomic analysis, online meetings, B2B meetings specifically, among the companies by the branches, education, online fairs, certificates, and how to invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I will try to explain a little bit much more detailed of all of them. A register of all of those companies offering a lot of benefits, quick and easy free access to all the producer in Bosnia and Herzegovina that they are registered right now, additional information about producer and their products specifically, all the financial indicators, like you mentioned in this previous presentation about access to markets, this financial indicators by each company, simple search for the production, and as well all the contact details. What means our richness? Producer profile is very strict profile, and he's got a lot of similar information like all the register or different companies has got. Basic information about the company, name, funding year, skills of the company, NASA and ICS classification that you can find direct product by ICA classification, which for the customs and for your own self, very specific details on 10 numbers. Reference of that company, which means how many clients, how many different references it's got, multimedia photographs of their products, and additional contacts. Those information will be covered by the levels, like my colleague says before. Some of that information, by going deeply and deeply in those setup of database and information, will be purchasing, I don't know how much money will cost. We'll still define it because the database is launched last month. But what I would like to mention, multimedia, what that means, photograph of your product. It's two-dimensional photograph of your product. This is a chair, you like it or you don't like it. We're going a step forward. We will try to make a 5D of your product that can be built up in your building. For example, just imagine promoting the business information modeling, which is 5D business information modeling, specifically for the construction business in Bosnia and Herzegovina and abroad. Constructors of the building, it's not just constructor material, it's everything what have to be built up in some space. Chair, furniture, vase, and everything else. You can find it in 5D dimension, put it in virtual space, and then you can see you like it or don't like it. And in 5D dimensions, all the precise details of dimensions, materials, and everything what that producer offering to you. This is something that is looking like very future, but it's not. It's really near to us, and we try to develop 15 different products with 15 different producers in Bosnia and Herzegovina right now for that 5D dimension products. Believe it or not, when you try to build up the building in construction builders, we try to asking them a lot how much cost it's for 1 million, what building they can make. They say that using BM technology, business information modeling, actually they saving or cutting the cost for 20%. So there is no mistakes. Obviously, this is our future. What is guarantee of those details? Everybody collecting some details in register of the company, providing by non-obligatory, but information that company provides to you voluntarily. Everything I can put inside about my company. This is Coca-Cola, for example. I do not make a marketing, but you are like a space shuttle. But are that information very true? Who will clear up that information that they are in database? Who will make a filtering? We're using external and internal data sources for our basis. This is a federal information agency for statistics from Republic of Srpska, different competent ministry of foreign trade and economy, indirect taxation office, and then plus voluntary information provided by the company, which means that Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina offers very credible source of information, and we guarantee for that. What that means in practice. If some of the companies, for example, for Bosnia and Herzegovina would like to make a business with Pakistan, we asking our Chamber of Commerce from Pakistan, okay, please try to check this company. Is that company recognizable to you or not? If that company is not in any chamber database, they will send us back information that that company is not in any recognizable chamber database, so you can make your business on your own risk. Right now, if you can find a company in Bosnia and Herzegovina in that database, it's very credible information, and Foreign Trade Chamber is guaranteed for that. So we are wall behind the information system in that database. What are the actually other services? Like I mentioned a little bit before, legal and tax information, everything, import requirements, customs information, all the export information, how to export the goods from Bosnia and Herzegovina when you establish the company. Secondly, business news. Business news are the news from all the region, worldwide, even from Bosnia and Herzegovina normally, what happens news in the business, plus macroeconomical details. Macroeconomical details are more or less similar like I saw in Access to Market database, but plus we are going to make some analytical information up on demand. We're using academic union or professors for macroeconomy. For example, if the oil or gas growing up like prices, how that will reflect on my transport sector in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So you can see only statistical details, everything, statistics, plus, minus, but someone have to provide you great analysis, what will happen, what are the trends, and what are the profile, what are the consequences of that happenings in the world market. So we use that possibility, and we are directly tied up with the professors of macroeconomic system in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Meetings online, which is more or less similar with all the databases. All the members of the databases or the company placed inside can make their own B2B meetings, jointly using different digital platforms already presented, or they can use by the branches by themselves without hosting of foreign trade chamber. They can find their own host among themselves. I'm producer of the furniture. I call all the furniture producers in Bosnia and Herzegovina on online meeting in that time. So they can communicate among themselves without acknowledge of the foreign trade chamber. That's our offering of this actual platform. Online education is nothing new. It's just a consequence for the COVID-19 time. Foreign Trade Chamber of Bosnia and Herzegovina providing between 40 and 80 different educations per year for all the companies for free of charge in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Right now we're just going to online platform, but as far I can see that this hybrid model is much applicable to us right now. Everybody would like to shake the hands and see the professor on live, on spot actually. Obviously those educations will be provided, so even the person that would like to teach somebody can be on the platform like their name, like not just a company, but like a person, and provide specific information and sharing know-how on some kind of knowledge. Online fairs is, it's not a virtual fair. This is calendar of happenings of all the fairs worldwide or national or international that can happen. That company can find the costs, how many goods they can sending there, and what will be the feedback of that fair that happens. Digital Chamber Certificate is certification of the quality of the product, which means that all the information that I already before mentioned, put it in the database, have got certificate of the quality, which FTC guarantee for that. Problem for Bosnia and Herzegovina is that we still are not launched digital signature. Digital signature will have to be launched in Bosnia and Herzegovina 2 months ago, 1 month ago. Now they said to us that it will be 1st of January next year. We're still waiting for that. There are only 2 institutions in Bosnia and Herzegovina that they actually fulfilling the conditions for providing digital certificates for digital signature. This is Indirect Taxation Office for the customs procedure and Halcom company that they're working between the banks. So we will work for all of them that they're fulfilling that conditions, because we cannot favorize anyone. Every of those companies can offer digital signature, will be on that platform as well. So the private company can find a way how to work with anybody that they can pick up or they choose. Invest in BH, those are information how to make investment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is some kind of the promoting investment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. All the legal information, tax information, customs information, and everything how to make a business with Bosnia and Herzegovina much easier. Every company, you know that Bosnia and Herzegovina a little bit is complex country, a lot of different legal issues, a lot of institutions that they have fulfilled the conditions of them. Everybody would like to know what can I expect if I would like to invest in Bosnia and Herzegovina, or if I would like to make a business with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Obviously, this is in that case, those are the set of information you can find there. Second information is how to make a business with EU and the third countries from Bosnia and Herzegovina, so export goods, how to make a business with regional countries. So those connections will be as well provided during this database. Project relevance actually is as follows: improvement, increase the business, opening opportunities for all the companies, much more their visibility, their competitiveness, and digital visibility and communication among the companies. Project goal, finally, is how to find a product, how to provide all the information, how to find a producer, and how to provide the companies that their product can be much more visible. When we said product is not just a microphone. Product is your know-how, is your startup. How can I find a company that offer me software for medical equipment? If he is in database, I will find it very easy. If it's not, it's much harder work for all of us. So producer benefits normally is complete information about the company, much more visible, as I said, networking among the companies aided in the database, promotion of the company, domestic, internationally, education, on spot or online, support the business processes, and normally additional final cutting the costs of their marketing or providing those companies. We will work very strongly about strategy of developing the digital through digital channels. We make a lot of marketing of that. The reason why is because the private sector is much faster than public administration or state level institutions. They have to be digitalized. All the time we can say that politicians have to be digitalized in some moment because they cannot understand what the private sector needs are. So that's the reason that chambers are here and they follow up all the procedures for all of us. So I will ask my colleague just to show you 3 more slides how database is looking, because its launch is live right now. From that number of, I mentioned 50,000 companies, 5,000 of them is already registered, and we clear out the database and fulfilling database. Please, Boris, you can do this for us. This is an overview of the database. From the left side, you can see all the producers by the tariff numbers. Companies are inside. If you would like to find for some, for example, like he mentioned, mechanics, electric machines, you can see what is inside. This picture is showing your direct picture. This is 2-dimensional. It's not still 5D, and all the information that that company providing to us. How to find company, code of the company, or BR code or QR code if they provide it, which means that that product is not imported in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's produced directly, and you can check it with this barcode. What is the customs tariff? You can find, when you click customs tariff, all the additional details. This is just a small part of the company, and the database is live, already launched. And obviously, when I see that there is a lot of registers of the company, there is access to market, in some certain point, we will have integrate ourselves because we're working on much more similar works. So we try to avoid similarities or overlapping, so that our key issue is the producer and the product, whatever it means in the practice. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Vukovic. I hope that this is useful information not only for Bosnian companies, but maybe for the other companies from other economies that would like to find partner or a product or whatever is needed for your own business. So I guess it will be useful for companies. You mentioned the issuing of certificates. So it brings us to our next topic, Mr. Antoni Peshev, who is the Executive Director of the Economic Chamber of North Macedonia. He will present us what is this chamber doing in the field of electronic issuing of certificates.
Coming here from Skopje to Podgorica, I have passed with my car through 4 out of 6 countries in West Balkan 6 group of countries, and I find out that it confirmed to me that situation is not very normal. Especially these days, situation is, I would say, extraordinary. I'm not going to say catastrophic because things are still moving on, but that is extraordinary, it is extraordinary. And it's obvious that extraordinary situation demands extraordinary measures. Concerning the governments and the administration, I would not touch this issue because you know that most of the governments in the area are performing much lower than expectation from the public opinion and especially from the business. And as it was mentioned previously, especially administration is not performing very well. It is nice that in some countries governments decided to deliver authority to chambers to issue certificates, and this segment is actually, by my opinion, functioning much better than which was functioning before. But before that, I would like to say that a situation like COVID is putting us in the position to reconsider or to evaluate whether this is the situation in which we are going to all disappear, or like it was, I read somewhere that, for example, situation like crisis, like war, or let's say catastrophic situation with nature and things like that, especially wo in the Chinese language is described with two signs. One is a sign of very big threat for life, and the second one, opportunity. Always situations like big crises are combining these two aspects. In the crisis like Corona, the world was facing the situation in which probably we have never been up to now. But it is obvious that we came to the position in which there is probably digitalization is one of the words which was mentioned more than any time in the world. I mean, every single politician is mentioning digitalization, every single gathering has the main topic digitalization, and it's obvious that situation like COVID put us much faster in the process of digitalization, which was anyhow happening here at least 5 to 10 years earlier. So all of the countries, institutions, companies were put in the situation to reconsider possibility to do something better or a little bit more comfortable, not only for them, but also for their members or customers or whatever. And my feeling is that in this moment, we have to be very careful not to exaggerate in the situation that we are producing something in the digital form, not having in mind that somebody have to follow this process. Because not everybody are able to cope with these dramatic changes, you know, and I'm very glad that, for example, chambers are much faster than everybody else, but it is not the right message we are giving. Especially I would have to be honest, and that our members are not following us in the way like we would like to see. For example, you mentioned the process of issuing the certification. Yes, we have a group of certificates we are now issuing in digital form, but I must say that in 6 months from the moment they were established, only 27 companies were able to, to come to the point that they are capable of requesting in digital form the certificates. That means that you need additional education to the customers which would like to approach to your beneficiary register or database or some kind of platform which is going to give additional information to foreign direct investors. I also agree that it's going to be very difficult for some foreign investors to approach to our region and to see all of 6 country developed registers and platforms for different opportunities. And in the end, when you're going to get possibility to check 6 of the similar registers, it's going to be very difficult to find which one of them is the most relevant and the most important one. Why I'm saying this? You know, I would like to give you just a short scope. 2008, our chamber started to a process of digitalization. We started very, normally with information delivery, with digital communication between the members and this and that. 2015, actually, we have started issuing ATA certificates, which are important. And as I mentioned, you know, we started digitally to issue certificates this year, 2021, in digital form, this certificate of origin and Form A. And everything is happening in the way that you are trying to be faster and more appropriate, but then you come to the point that you are alone. You need hundreds of new experts which are going to help your customers to cope with the changes. And this is our new challenge. By my feeling, this is our new challenge. The Chamber of Commerce of Macedonia is now in the situation to celebrate 100 years of existence, which we are very proud of. And we decided for this year and for the next year to do the Chamber for our next century, not the world century, but our next century. And we decided that this is going to be not a new building, but it's going to be completely digital chamber, which is going to be paperless, with less paper we can issue, with possibility to access us even not coming in the chamber. And I must say that we are fully capable now with at least 7 facilities inside the chamber, which are able for this online meeting, not only possibility in physical presence and also hybrid. And actually this is at least the first step which probably our members managed to cope immediately. But we are coming step by step faster and faster in the process of digitalization, and I must say that in this moment we need this kind of expansion of this educational part of this process, which is important not only for the chambers, but far most for our members, because chambers do exist for the members. So actually, two primary goals is to do the digitalization of our functionalities, to help our customers. In the beginning, yes, this is very important. Changing in the infrastructure is demanding a lot. We have started with dedicated server in 2008. Now we have a cluster of system cluster servers which are able to do virtualization, but it is far less capacity than we really demand with all of functionalities. So probably next year we are going to see, how to say, half of the system or subsystems functioning on cloud, because this is the only solution. You cannot cope with changing and upgrading your servers just because your customers need more and more services. This is too irrational to continue. Though this is the timeline of the development of the digital services, I must say that we are very proud that in 2020, during the biggest crisis, our website was considered as the best business website in Macedonia. It is extremely big honor for us, because it's very old style, 100 years old institution managed to get the award for the best business site. Is extraordinary situation, and we are very proud. For this year, we are preparing our new web portal, which is going to be even better than that one. I hope that we are going to get the same recognition, but we are very proud of. In the end, I'm going to mention this kind of issuing of these certificates, but this is not a topic which probably we have to discuss in the wide auditorium, because this is the probably software which is going to be available to most of the similar institutions in the area, and probably this is going to be a particular approach from us and the company which is supporting us in this segment, and demonstration is going to happen probably on the site. Absolutely, it's fully functional. It is delivering extraordinarily good results, but prerequisite for this is digital signature, and I must say that all countries in the area had to work on this topic if they haven't finished. I think most of them are already finished or in the beginning of, in the end of this kind of thing. And, okay, these are all of the aspects. Yes, education, it is one of the most important aspects of this kind of thing, because this is the only way how we can help our members to come very close to the services we are able to deliver. Otherwise, we are going to be a little bit up front of everything, and this is not very good and positive situation. Having chamber somewhere up, not being connected with the members, not being somehow hooked up to the government doesn't looks very nice, and probably you have to be a little bit more modest and to try to find to be the best possible service to your members than to be 100% digitalized and alone. And I hope that very soon probably we have to sit all of these 6 chambers to discuss what we have done in some segments and not to replicate parallelism, because what I heard from my colleague, it was exactly the same I would tell to you in case that I was the first speaker. And the idea is that we are doing the same thing because we are doing the same thing. And in the end, if we have done some progress in some parts of the digitalization, we have to share knowledge. Probably this is going to cut costs and help us not to pass all processes in development of new platforms, which are not only definition, but production, and then rollout, and then successful rollout, and correction of the mistakes, and coming to the point in which you feel very comfortable in this platform. So I hope that on the next sessions of the West Balkan 6 meetings between the chambers, we have to sit and discuss about, to do a little bit mapping of what we have done and what we have to achieve. And probably we are going to find how to say, a solution which is going to help all of us to have similar position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peshev. This was a rather good overview of the current situation in the whole region and the situations that the chambers of commerce face when dealing with companies. maybe for our auditorium today is a bit hard to understand, but we really have sometimes issues with companies that are not on that level of digital transformation that would be needed to follow all the things that are available for them. So we are indeed trying not to make additional databases or services that nobody is using. And we now have a very good introduction for our last speaker, and that is Mr. Filip Mrdak from Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Serbia, Center for Digital Transformation. And that is actually a presentation of the things that the Chamber of Commerce of Serbia has done to support digital transformation of companies, to increase their capacities, to follow all these processes that are happening now. So please, Filip.
Thank you, Maria. You basically said what I was going to say at the beginning. So we were established 3 years ago as a, like our idea was to be a broker between those who wants to do digital transformation and between those who actually can provide this digital transformation to the companies. And the idea, the biggest problem we had at the beginning was how to do it. There are many technical providers on the field that are offering some of their helps, but basically it doesn't mean if I, as a seller, the company come to your company and say, listen, this is good product for you, you'll buy it, and then at the end it means actually that you're not using this because this is not compatible with your business, your employees don't know how to use it, you have different goals, whatever. So when we established the center 3 years ago, we actually did a huge survey with 350 companies in Serbia, trying to find out on what digital maturity they are at the moment. And results were like that 60% of them actually didn't know anything about digital transformation. 45% of them said we don't know where to ask for help, and then even 20% of them actually implemented wrong solutions. At the end it was much more expensive than they did nothing, and then 80% of them found it very expensive. So we tried to somehow resolve all these problems by implementing some methodology that was kind of done in Austria, and we were trying somehow to copy their module, but we couldn't do it because, of course, Austrian market and ours is completely different. So we found out actually that we will resolve this problem by first of all raising awareness of digital transformation in Serbia, to provide companies with know-how methodology, to establish some programs that will be co-financing all their activities, and then of course at the end it should be a regional expansion. So when we were talking about raising awareness, we did, I can easily say, 1,000 events to raise awareness about digital transformation in Serbia and in the region. And then our digital marketing and PR were done through social media, SEO, PR campaigns, had a massive attack on the companies to start thinking about digital transformation. And then, of course, when we somehow raised awareness of digital transformation, we had to provide some service to companies. So when you're talking about know-how, I would like to mention that actually our consultants that are providing this know-how to companies are consultants who are not very, you cannot easily find them on the market. Those kind of people are kind of like, they have to have knowledge about digital transformation, they have to have like more than 5 years experience in digital transformation project in order to even call them for a first interview. So basically how it looks like in practice, we do open call for consultants. Then once we choose which consultants are, let's say, good for our methodology, we organize preparatory trainings. That preparatory trainings exist from 3 modules: business models and processes, e-commerce, social media, and then IT, security, and data protection. Once they are gone through this training, they had to do certification in front of foreign commissionary, and once they have certification done, they get this ISO 17024 standard, which is directly connected with digital transformation. So far we have 43 consultants in our database, and they done, I'll talk more about that, they done consultancy with over 500 companies. Also, when it comes to knowledge base, I have to say that this analysis of consultant reports, NGOs and business association research and offers, platform questionnaires and video podcasts and blog posts are actually in our knowledge database, and whoever wants to do something about its digital transformation knowledge can go there and then see all the results there. I'm very proud of this business intelligence platform that we have in our system, because we have so many data we can use in order to give companies exactly what they need, not what they want, and that's actually what we promoted at the beginning. So our idea is actually not to let company drive us to digital transformation and tell us, okay, we need this and this. We're trying to think about it like, okay, it's good for you that you know what you need, but we'll get, that you know what you want, but we'll give you exactly what you need. Let's go back to our programs actually that we are running. In 3 years, we've done four main programs. The first one, which we call main program, is straight consultancy with the companies that provides them knowledge of how to start even with digital transformation, and then together with our consultants to go through the whole process of digital transformation, which includes and implementation of some solutions. And this is all co-financed up to 6,000 euros once they're done with implementation. Speed 1 and 2 programs were actually tailor-made during this COVID-19 situation, and our consultants were providing to more than 500 companies 2 days free consulting to companies by providing with the knowledge what can they do in order to overcome issues during COVID-19 pandemics. I mean, it's kind of like impossible that companies didn't know for some tools that are in front of them that they can use for free just in order to have better communication or collaboration, whatever, with their employees or with whoever, but they just didn't know how to use it. So that was a big help to companies how to overcome problems during lockdowns and COVID-19 situation. And of course, at the end, as I said at the beginning, we have a huge database on one side from questionnaires actually that we got from the companies as a precondition to be part of our program, and then till the end, once they have consultancy and implementation thing done. So basically everything is online, and all these data that we have on our platform are done online, and when you cross this data you can make whatever analysis you want and then provide companies and specific industries with each specific needs. Of course, Digital Academy is something that it's going to be done until the end of this year. Is the place where all companies will find different kind of education, and this education will be organized based again on reports that we have done with our consultants and through our BI platform. Let's talk a little bit about this main program. It consists actually from 5 stages. The first one is online questionnaire, where all companies who want to participate in our program can go there and then fill this questionnaire that is made out of 27 questions divided in 9 sections, and each section shows on which level of maturity you are at the moment when it comes to digital transformation. These questionnaires are good for us to know, like to make some analysis, and also for our consultants who actually before they go to the company, they exactly know, as I said, on each level of digital maturity in each field is each company. Once company has done this questionnaire, algorithm behind actually is calculating, depends on your answers and industry that you are coming from, actually algorithm calculates which consultant is the best for you regarding your answers. So once they are actually connected, once platform connects them, the first phase that our consultants are doing is this expert analysis, which actually shows the idea of expert analysis at the end is to show in which direction companies should go in order to improve their business, and then to define some priority projects that are actually important for company. And then once they have defined it, they can move on to the next phase, which is strategy development. In that phase, actually everything that was defined in expert analysis, now it goes into deep. And once you have this strategy document done, you will exactly know what kind of tool you need to implement, and who would be your provider, and how much does it cost, and everything, and what would be your goals after it, and how to reach these KPIs, everything that was described in strategy. Once you have done this strategy document, you can move to implementation phase, which means, of course, whatever you choose to implement in strategy document, now you can implement, and we are co-financing that to up to 6,000 euros. Once you are done with the implementation phase, our consultant is coming back to your company after 3 or 4 months just to make sure that everything was implemented as it was done in strategy document. So if you have this last phase done as you were supposed to done, then basically you went through the whole process of digital transformation. First phase, expert analysis is completely free of charge for companies. And then strategy and implementation and verification phase are half financed by us and half by companies. I have to say that Center for Digital Transformation was recognized as a national hub for digital transformation in the Republic of Serbia, and by that we were chosen to implement, I forgot the name of the strategy, policy of industrial strategy, something like that, when it comes to digital transformation. So expert analysis, as I said, is free of charge, and then strategy and implementation and verification are half paid by us, half paid by companies. Through our speed programs, when we got over 500 applications just in a couple of days, we could done only three consultings provided, and then 70% of these companies that went through Speed 1 and 2 program during COVID-19 crisis actually applied for our main program. As I said at the beginning, our product that will be very soon done is this Digital Academy that actually combines all data that we have from our questionnaire, then reports from the consultants, and then implementation phase and success stories. Everything will be combined in one academy that will provide specific trainings and educations to companies based on results that we have, that we got through our process. So these are not just education, okay, let's do some artificial intelligence or whatever for metal industry. We exactly know what industry needs to change in order to improve their business, because if 10 companies from metal industry say they have the same problem when it comes to the digital transformation and technologies, we exactly know what that problem is, so we can organize many kind of education to them. Our accomplishments, so for all of our programs, in 3 years we had over 1,400 companies from 92 cities in Serbia. That was our idea at the beginning, to cover as much as we can many other cities, not just Belgrade, Novi Sad, Niš, and other big cities. So we are very proud that we actually covered basically the whole of Serbia. I didn't even know that we had 92 cities, but that's okay. We even extended our knowledge and provided know-how to Republika Srpska and their Chamber of Commerce. We did a pilot program with 10 companies in Republika Srpska with our consultants, Serbian consultants. And then after that, we helped them to establish their Center for Digital Transformation and trained their first generation of consultants. So they are now they have 10 consultants trained and certified. I forgot to say, out of 43 trainers, out of 43 consultants that we have, we trained and certified 6 of them to be trainers for each module that I described before, so which means that we can organize training to many others, I mean the whole region, whoever, with our trainers, which is like good benefit for us, and we don't have to hire foreigners to do it instead of us. When it comes to industries, we covered all 20 industries that are occurring in Serbia right now. Most likely they are coming from trade, metal industry, food, construction industry, etc. So basically all industries are covered, and of course a size of companies. Most likely were companies from 10 to 50 employees, and then from 5 to 9, and then from 50 to 250, around 20%. I have to say that for this program actually are very interested bigger companies, because our program is just for SME sector, which means from up to 250 employees can company have, but for our programs are very interested in bigger companies who finally came up with the idea that digital transformation is something that they have to do, so they're asking for help a lot. And even we had 16 or 17, I forgot the number, companies from IT sector actually that are asking for help. So it doesn't have to be that if you're coming from IT sector that you don't have to do anything about your digital transformation. Our future plans, and I will finish, just to do this regional expansion over the VB6 region. As I said, we already done it in Republika Srpska. Now we have the whole methodology. We can provide anyone with our methodology, and then of course, which is most important, with our IT platform and business intelligence that we have in our platform. So basically, whoever uses this as we are using will have everything done basically just to use it. Of course, this year and next year we'll have another wave of trained and certified consultants. The goal is to have 85 of them, and of course to reach number of 700 companies to have implemented some solutions in next 2 years. And as a last thing, our future plans which we are doing right now is to have a database of service providers, because at the end, whoever wants to implement something have to know who can do it for them. So we'll separate it through some industries and problems that industries are facing. So basically from problem A, if it's metal industry, whatever, and for problems that kind of metal industry are having, solution providers will be on that base. That would be it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. I know that this is one of the services that was very well accepted and recognized by the companies in Serbia. And I know that you have actually, in one moment, the lack of consultants that could do this work within the other industries and the other companies. And what we were really planning to do is to somehow spread this process and copy this activity on the whole region, following the comments of Mr. Peshev, that we should actually merge all our efforts and use the best practice from all the chambers in the region. What in this matter I can announce is that by the end of this year, Western Balkan's 6th CIF will finance technical assistance for 60 companies from the region, meaning 10 per economy. and that we will do what exactly Philip mentioned on his red slide, meaning that we will skip to the phase 3 to do the screening of the companies in the region regarding digital transformation, make the digital transformation strategy for them, and then try to go into the implementation phase by reaching the donors. Now my eyes go to Jelena and similar organizations and institutions who should support us next year to financially support companies to implement certain solutions in their daily activities. This is not always cheap and it is not easy for them. So if we detect what are the problems in companies and if we detect how they can solve it, then we expect from different institutions, financial institutions, banks and other organizations to support Western Balkan companies in this matter. But let's go step by step and by the end screen the companies, create the digital transformation strategies, and next year hopefully we will be able to, during this kind of event, to announce what we did. So this was all from my side. I don't know if speakers have something else to add, but now I would rather give the floor to participants. If you have any questions for our panelists today, if you have any comments, please take the floor. Okay, please.
Okay, I just want to mention something and to learn the person that showed the last presentation that your map was wrong. I'm sorry, because the map that you showed, the Republic of Serbia, isn't with Kosovo inside. So I'm just want to tell you an advice to fix it, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are now in here covering all 6 economies, meaning that we have all the companies on board. And this is what I can comment on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for panelists for a good presentation and presenting their efforts and results. I come from Max Code company from Bijeljina, from Republic of Srpska, and on behalf of Chambers of Republic of Srpska, we are appointing as a potential company who can provide some solution and services in process of digital translation. I have a question for this program in Serbia. A company from Bosnia, actually, in our case, company from Bijeljina, we are acceptable for your program as a company who can be as a company which can be included in this process as someone who provide solutions and or services, or it's just for company from Serbia, or we need to establish branch in Serbia.
Anyhow to apply for, okay, it's not our program anymore, that's something that Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Republic of Srpska is providing this program. So yes, you as a technical provider are also allowed to apply for this program. As I said at the beginning, we have 17 or 16 companies from IT sector that actually applied for our program. So doesn't mean they know everything about digital transformation, because this digital transformation doesn't, who knows what does it mean? I mean, it's not just to do digitalization of one process to 10. I mean, it's something about cultural. So you have to change cultural into the company, your way of thinking, and just to understand if you don't do it, you are going to lose it. I mean, and I like to say very often, I mean, fool with a tool is still full. So if you don't know how to use this tool, you're still a fool. So basically, everyone is welcome to participate in this program. The first part of the question was, can you as a company from Bijeljina apply for Serbian program or for... No, definitely no. You have a program in Republika Srpska running by chamber, so you can apply for their program.
Technical difficulties. Okay, so I want to make a comment. So I see all the platforms and they look perfect. So for me, as a startup, it's like allocating resources to put all the data in every platform. Like every time I need to put data in every platform. So here governments can play big roles with open data. So if they allow us, they have all the information for my company, like the contact information, the contact details, financial data, because we provide the government all the data. So yeah, we know that governments are lacking behind all the transformational processes, digitalization and open data. Maybe they have some APIs and some open stuff, but that's not enough for you. And also, yeah, maybe that could be a way of thinking in the future how we can develop a unison or one-stop shop platform where I can input data in one place and it can be shared all across all the chambers and all the other platforms. So one platform where I can put my data and could be shared all around the country, so everybody could see my data and could collaborate with me. That's my key takeaway to think further, to develop one-stop shop platform or governments could provide with data, so we can focus more on one platform and put all the relevant information there and not manage multiple accounts on different platforms. That's too much of a time, and we don't want to spend time. We want to be more efficient for startups.
Can I just comment? Yeah. So the platform I mentioned, and thank you for other speakers. I was very much surprised with some developments, and I congratulate you all for progress. So the business register, the regional business register, according to law, each company is obliged to register in the national registries. And this platform we developed just collects these data, so you don't need to put additional nowhere. This platform will just collect when end user is requesting something. It will be a channel to collect what is needed based on your request and deliver to you. So no need to duplicate anything. Thank you.
That's great. And also the financial data could be also taken.
Yes. All that is stored in national registries is automatically, collected by this platform by each request of end users.
Short comment. Yes, you're right. Probably one of the next, how the focus is on West Balkan 6 agenda of the chambers is going to be how to exchange the data, which some of us do have, in case that others do not have it. And probably one of the next steps is going to be unification and standardization of the data exchanging between us. And I believe that very soon you are going to have this kind of possibility. And I agree with you, this is not going to be very easy to access all of the data and all of the registries everywhere, and it's going to be painful and problematic, especially if you have a small company consisted of 10 people, and who is going to apply everywhere and to find the right. So I agree with you completely. This is our job, and probably on the next meetings we are going to discuss about this. Thank you very much for the suggestion. It is a good suggestion.
Maybe just to follow up what you said, yes, that's what we are actually doing currently, but it's not maybe visible to the external users, which is our new job. Okay, anyone else? If not, then I would thank our panelists for today's speeches. I would like to thank you all for joining the panel. you know what the program is. So now we go to the joint networking lunch, and after that at 6 o'clock in Hilton we have the last workshop today. So please now you can follow us and go together with us for the lunch, and later on please be in time in the workshop at 6. Thank you.